Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CCS, the Classic Championship Series. My name is Thunder. I am joined once again by the effervescent Oshi Dash, and we are bringing you the winners' finals. Not losers' finals, not grand finals, but winners' finals of our double elimination bracket. And Oshi, I don't think anybody is surprised that we are where we are with Dorado Gaming Omega and Omega Gaming Obsidian getting past their first round that they had to play in playoffs and making it here pretty cleanly. The top seeds from each group
Yeah,
facing off.
exactly. It's what you want, right? Coming
Hmm.
into it as a tournament officiant, having had experience before with it, when you have seed one and seed two, and they end up in winners finals, you feel like you did something right.
Hmm.
It's just kind of there. And what it really shows is everything that happened as a precursor to all of this put the people where they needed to be, right?
Right.
So the most difficult thing in this matchup, without question, is going to be not mixing the team names up followed by the heads up in bot lane. That's where all eyes are going to be. Joker, former world champion, is down there, and he's going to be all eyes watching him and Hoshiumi make sure that they can keep each other safe and fed, because that is where all of the action comes from on this team.
Yeah, it is. And that being said, Dorado Gaming Omega, this is not like a, feed Joker and that's your only plan. They are all in every you can carry from every lane, but it's like when you have the insurance policy that is Joker that will just carry the game, you might as well just use it and invest in it. It's the safe thing to do. But they have their fallback options. That's it. On the other side of
Mhm.
Mega Gaming Obsidian, again, it's the same deal, but they team fight so well. And we have some stats to talk about, but we're already getting into the picks and the bans. Both teams are so good that there are several permaban champions. Dorado Gaming Omega, they are still banning the Kane, the Graves, and the Tark goes away as well. OGO, they've taken away the Diana, the Hecarim, even though there have been some slight nerfs on this most recent patch, but they have to take away the Diana. It is a
Yeah.
very strong pick for the jungle for Dorado Gaming Omega. And we're going to see what their last ban is, but I think both these teams, they have some wild, draft strategies they can pull out. They're very good at it. But I think in the ban phase, both teams have just these one tricks, these power plays that the other team has to respect, which might, shake things up a little bit. And there's the GP ban. I'm going to be honest, I was expecting that one.
Yeah, very much so. I was about to say the exact same thing. It's you were talking about how they have these power play champions, but there's also the very strong meta champions that exist as
Mhm.
well, which naturally they can all play. So you kind of have to mix and match your bands and your picks based around all of that, which makes it even more difficult, right? If you know that their top laner only plays strong meta top lane champs, it's nice and easy, right? You can pull out
Mhm.
something weird to counter it, and they can't really ban that out because they have to worry about all of the other meta counters for said meta champion.
Right.
That being said, we do have Miss Fortune coming in. A little bit of a nerf to her in this last patch as well. So we'll see if that affects anything. I don't really expect it to. And Amumu on the other side. I don't want to see Amumu Miss Fortune bot lane. I can't blame them. That as a duo is gross.
Yes.
Will say though, Seraphine, which has been almost permabanned in every matchup we've seen thus far, is still up.
Yeah, and notably for Omega Gaming Obsidian and Dorado Gaming Omega, we have the Amumu picked up for Omega. They also pick up Tristana, which I'm gonna be honest, I briefly mentioned I wanted to see more Tristana like 2 weeks ago, and we are starting to see that Yordle pop off. In theory, this could still go mid or bot for either demo or King Civil. They're both absolutely proficient on it, but I will say what we have to keep an eye out for in terms of the weird drafts, the weird picks, is the support for both
Yes.
of these teams. They are more than willing to just play mid laners or top laners as supports or junglers as supports. Speaking of junglers though, that are also supportive, Maokai, one with kind of that mid scope update, got buffs to jungle and top positions, and with the most recent patch, got even more jungle buffs. So this champion we saw last week didn't look so great, might be much better on this new patch.
Yeah, so I did a little bit of research and a little bit of practice into playing Maokai as well after the reworks. The
Right.
biggest thing of note really is that the sapling E scales with health, which
Right.
is pretty cool. Um, so pretty fun, pretty cool is what I said. Don't laugh at me.
We all get one. We all get one.
I said, um, but the other side of it is it lasts longer when thrown into a brush, right? So that
Right.
is one of the big jungle buffs that it came with. Is it kind of gives you that security. You throw a sapling in a bush, you go on and do your buffs. You don't have to worry as much. You kind of get that 60-second vision of safety because Maokai, in terms of ganking, yeah, you've got some CC earlier on, but single target, and you got to get close enough to land it. You don't have the
Mhm.
ultimate yet, so it lets you grind up to that 6, which is what we see out of most junglers.
Right.
But on the note of flex, to go all the way back, Lilia is in the game.
Yeah, and already we're at a point where it's hard if you are Omega Gaming Obsidian. Really, I think looking at Dorado's draft, because again, Hoshiyumi can pick pretty much anything. Omega Gaming Obsidian, they actually ban away the Silas. That is something that Hoshi has played, as well as Hypnotic Scruff in the mid lane. So that's technically a support and mid flex. So they take that out. Both players have been absolutely phenomenal on it. But if you're OGO, you're looking at Dorado's. I mean, really, if you're either team, right now, you don't know what's going top, what's going jungle. Some of these could even be support. And so that makes this drafting really difficult. But I will say, I think, in future drafts, both teams probably have a little bit more of a sense of each other.
Yeah.
But right now, locking down what these positions are going to be is rather difficult. I mean, honestly, I think the only thing that you can actually pin down right now is that misfortune.
I mean, even then, like you could definitely play Misfortune mid lane, right? It's a
Right.
thing that we have seen, not here in the CCS, not recently, but it's a thing that has happened before. And I mean, on top of having the Tristana having been mid lane that we saw,
Mhm.
I believe it was 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
How uncommon can we expect any AD carry to go into the mid lane if we have a double
Right.
enchanter bot lane, right? So
Yes.
in the situation of having the Maokai and the Trundle both being able to flex top, flex jungle, flex support, even, right?
Mhm.
Thinking that the Misfortune is locked in AD carry, almost kind of a problem to assume that, right? You want to
Right.
assume everything is a flex right now and
Mhm.
kind of pick around it because I mean, Omega Gaming Obsidian is lacking in the tank department on all fronts. Like, yeah, Mumu,
Right.
okay, you're not really going to be that tanky until very
Mhm.
late game if you're in the support position, especially. So
Right.
you got to kind of pick around that, and that is a wonderful way to do it, which is also a flex.
Yeah, it's still, again, we don't know quite yet, but I mean, honestly, I think that'll be a theme throughout the night. We just don't know how this is going to go. We assume, I think, again, a majority of people, if you were smart about your bracket, put Dorado Gaming Omega and Omega Gaming Obsidian, probably just making it to winners bracket finals and potentially even making it to kind of, the Wednesday finals at the end of everything. Though CB Rust, they were given the 3-0 after a comp ruling, so that is who either of these teams
Hmm.
will face should they lose. We see Dorado pick up the set as well. Again, we are
Okay.
still not locked in. So
No,
again,
that's a set
things.
top.
You know what?
That's a
I
set top.
If it's a
I
set top, I'll be so happy.
I mean, we talked about it so much last week, right?
Right.
Just because it was who it was that was playing.
Yep. Yeah.
Um, I think everybody agrees that Set is still a decent champion top lane. Not
Right.
highest in the meta, definitely not something that you're going to be prioritizing all the time, but very strong early game. That is definitely a mid lane LeBlanc, and that is something I'm beyond excited for.
Okay, Oshi, I know you said set top, but with the recent buffs to the face breaker, with the additional slow, a 70% slow now, I'm actually really big on set support. Set top is good, don't get me wrong. And
Mhm.
again, we don't know, right? We need top. I honestly think top jungle is going to go between Maokai and Trundle. Maokai's been buffed for top and jungle. We could
Yeah.
see Maokai could still be support, but I honestly want to see that set support. And Anivia mid is the pickup for Omega Gaming Obsidian. So I will say these comps have been finally rounded out, Oshi. How are you feeling again with your preliminary assessment of where things are going to go before they're locked in? How are you feeling about them so far?
Um, LeBlanc is normally picked as a counter to Anivia,
Huh.
right? Like, sure, she doesn't have the silence that she used to in the older seasons, but she's still incredibly burst heavy. Can definitely out rotate an Anivia. With the
Right.
W max and then using the low cooldown that comes with the ultimate cloning of the W, you can wave clear just as well as Anivia can. Really, the only thing she has going for her is if she can catch your W on the way in with her stun, and then she has to hope that you don't just W again, I guess. There's a
Right.
lot of burst out of this LeBlanc. It definitely comes down to a hard skill matchup in the mid lane. Everywhere else, I mean, we have to wait and see who goes where, try and figure out
Mhm.
what we want to predict, right? But
Right.
overall, if this Tristana manages to get going, picks up the
Mhm.
Kraken Slayer, Blade of the Ruined King, I would expect to follow as well. I mean, there's a lot of health on the other side that she's going to have to shred through, but there's a
Right.
lot of CC on her side to keep her safe. And that's the
Yeah.
biggest thing you're going to look at here. You've got an AoE Anivia slow. You've got an AoE Sejuani slow and or stun.
Mhm.
AoE knockup on the Sejuani. AoE snare on the Amumu side. Tristana has her own knockback, and assuming Lilia can manage to land the hammer, that's a full 5-man sleep. Tristana's going to have all the time in the world to do whatever she wants, and no
Right.
one is diving that backline on her without, unless it's set, in which case they're taking someone with them, or
Right.
LeBlanc, in which case you have a Nivea who's also probably going to be building percent health damage with the burn,
Mhm.
and then she's going to be left alone instead.
Yeah.
So you only have one dive person and no real partners.
Right. And like in theory, LeBlanc is kind of a dive partner for Set, but we'll have to see again. I think Set is a great engage tool, but not like the best into Amumu, Sejuani, and Nivea. So we'll have
Oh,
to
so
see
stop.
Sejuani. Okay, so Sejuani is top. I think that gives us
Mhm.
Lilia jungle. And then that locks in everything else
It
unless
should be
it's
Trundle here,
yes.
right?
It should be.
Okay,
It
there we
should
go.
be set top as well. Yeah,
Now everything
Trundle
is
and yeah.
locked.
Yes. That pretty much solves the equation for us. So we have the misfortune Maokai bot lane, which again, Maokai buffs, makes him a stronger laner in theory as well. So I will say we talked a little bit about King Civil on this Tristana and what King
Mhm.
Civil has to do. For Joker, I mean, obviously you have to get good bullet times, but I will say setup is maybe not quite as good without something like a Leona or the Amumu. So
Yeah.
how are we feeling about Joker on this misfortune pick?
I think a lot of it's going to come down to Joker having to be the last person into a fight, right?
Okay.
If Joker tries to put himself in the middle of a fight early on, then he's going to be incredibly susceptible to the CC. But once the CC of the other team starts getting popped under the assumptions
Mhm.
being used on the front line and on the dives, that is actually going to be its own setup for Joker, right? Because
Right.
you land all of this CC on, on the Maokai, on the Trundle, on the set, and they're in one little group. What are four essentially melee, and Nivea has very short range, right?
Right.
So three melee, one essentially melee champion, and then Tristana, who's far away. Those 3 to 4 champions have to kind of enclose right in to do
Mhm.
anything to all of those CC champions. There's your bullet time opportunity right there. So
Right.
it's going to come down to positioning and timing on Joker's part, which I mean, it's Joker.
Yeah.
It's, I'm okay with that. I'm pretty confident in him for that. What he
Yeah,
has to
absolutely.
avoid is being Joker and being at the front of the fight every single time, trying to
Right.
poke people out. Because if he gets caught once, the whole fight's over.
Right. And I mean, again, relying on Joker is never a bad strategy. Dorado Gaming Omega, that is the title, the org title that won the Amateur Plat World Championship.
Yep.
4 of the 5 members are now in our Diamond League, and Joker is, the last member standing that's still in Plat. But if you watched Amateur Worlds, you would not be remiss to think that Joker was potentially the best player on that
Yeah.
roster in the first place. So again, this is, hey, all the chips are on Joker, feels pretty good. And I will say, if you're Omega Gaming Obsidian, it feels like all your chips are kind of on King Civil to carry. This is a great chance for both ADCs to show their stuff. They are the win conditions for both of their teams. And if you want to be able to figure out the win conditions for your teams in your League of Legends games, you can use our wonderful sponsor, ProComps. ProComps is an all-in-one drafting tool for amateur and professional play alike, for both players and coaches, to analyze drafts, strategies, runes, all of that stuff. To level up your game and level up your friends and teammates' games as well. You can use code CCS at checkout for a big 50% off. Go do that. We got a couple of minutes before we'll be right back into the action for game number 1 between Dorado Gaming Omega and Omega Gaming Obsidian.
Everybody, hold on. I'm about to be more cool. 3, 41, ah! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Summoner's Rift. This is Dorado Gaming, Omega versus OGO, DGO versus OGO, if you will. And oh, hold on, Harmonica God and Solder are just saying hello to each other. Harmonica God goes for the E first, and Solder takes a little chip damage. Okay, you know what? Dorado's getting a little frisky early on. Minor health advantages shouldn't matter too much, but that being said, both these teams, Oshi, came into the playoffs from the regular season undefeated in match score. They had only dropped 2 games overall throughout their series, and notably, Dorado specifically have not lost a game since week 4, which was the first week of August.
Which is, I don't even know what to say about that, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
there's playing well, and then there's holy cow, like that's just devastation.
Right.
On
It's
a
just-
totally different note, though, I'm just going down the summoners here real quick.
Yes.
Joker on cleanse.
Okay.
Hoshiumi on exhaust. Cool
Right.
Crab on ignite. King Civil on exhaust. However, Solder on exhaust teleport, not ignite teleport, exhaust teleport. That is, and I'm utmost respect to Solder because he plays incredibly well. But that is a weenie build right there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're gonna be exhausting LeBlanc.
That's exactly, you now have 2 exhausts, right? So whoever dives
Yeah.
in the back line onto King Civil, one person or the other is going to exhaust you.
Right. So,
But I
it makes
mean,
sense.
in the lane matchup, that's like, really, dude?
I mean, well, I will say, I think, Cool Crab has to flash out relatively early here. Some pretty good play from Hoshiumi on the knockback, but I will say, I actually think this kind of goes to a little bit of how Omega Gaming Obsidian play. Like, if you look at them, like, again, their laning is strong. They are very good players overall. Like, we'll see that as the game progresses, but notably, like, they play so cohesively together as a team. Like, 4 of their 5 members have an over 60% kill participation rate.
Yeah.
Like, that's bonkers. Solder is the only one that doesn't, and that's because top is just an island, right? Everything is isolated. And so Solder just, like, picking up exhaust, like, that is so clearly, like, playing for the team, and it, like, makes a lot of sense with how Omega Gaming Obsidian usually win their games.
Exactly. Just in a straight lane matchup overview, it looks really strange, right? It really shows that Solder's expecting to have a lot of jungle pressure top lane, not from his team either. You know,
Right.
it kind of shows that he's expecting to dominate the lane and force Banger to come up there and do something about it. Ooh, Cool Crab. Bad timing on that one.
Yeah, tried to go in, didn't quite get it. Both junglers are down on the bottom side of the map. They have gone for full clears, and Delilah has put a ward kind of in that brush on the blue side, close to River's entrance, and is going to lose that bottom side crab. So we'll head up to the top. Scruff is actually getting pretty weak here. The Demo and Hypnotic Scruff have been just throwing pot shots at each other this entire laning phase. As you can tell by the relatively low health bars, Scruff still has a potion remaining, so should be able to heal up to back about to where Demo is, and Delilah making it up to the top side to get the 1-for-1 crab trade. Actually, notably, unless my minimap is incorrect here, it
That's
actually,
red.
yeah, that is a red crab on the bottom side river. Hold on.
That must
Yeah,
have been
no,
a smite challenge.
That must have been a smite steal that we just missed from Delilah. So good on Delilah. Yeah, that's 28 CS to 24. Good on Delilah for getting that crab.
Delilah has always been kind of this sleeper conversation on this team, right? We don't ever pay her a whole lot of attention, but she shows up for her team without question. Like you said, that 60% kill participation average, and she holds her own in that as well. I believe she sat around the 80-90% in the last time that we saw her on here. Recalling on a ward, which is no big deal, but I have to say I'm giving it to Demo so far in this matchup. They're just about to hit level 6, so we'll see if it changes. But Demo has been landing the stuns that I said had to come out for Anivia in this LeBlanc matchup. So playing it very well, mostly catching Hypnotic Scruff on the way back after the W, which is an interesting time to get the trade. So it would have been quite the lane to watch. Unfortunately, everybody else is brawling as well.
Yeah, and I mean, Demo did pick this into the matchup. Demo saw the LeBlanc, knew what they were up against, so I expect some level of comfort in the matchup, and they've been doing it just that. Now, first Drake has spawned. Rift Herald will be spawning in just a couple of minutes, just a few minutes, really. And, I would normally recommend or commend Dorado on their pretty consistent dragon percentage of over 60%, but Omega Gaming Obsidian have a 70% dragon take rate, which is absurd. So again, both these teams, they are here to dominate. They want these neutral objective controls. Harmonica God is actually laying down the hammer onto Sauter, who has held on the exhaust so far. He's recalling back, should be able to TP back and pick up that wave. But I'm interested to see who gets this first Drake. Right now, it looks like Joker and Hoshiyumi have priority in that bottom lane, so I expect it to go to them.
Yeah, that was definitely a case of Sauter realizing he was not going to hit level 6 before the set or in time. Set would have been able to solo tower dive him. Quick teleport back, as you mentioned, totally fine. Delilah does not have any mana here, though, so going to be looking for a recall from her before. Never mind. Yeah. I don't know if she has blue buff. I probably should have checked before I said that, because she suddenly has a significant amount of mana in comparison. She's got the refillable pot. That's why. I thought she was out of pots. My scoreboard was glitched. That's on me.
Hey, no, that's on small indie company. Small indie company.
They make a couple good decisions every now and then.
Yeah, they make it happen. Sometimes the patcher works, sometimes it doesn't. You know how it goes. But I will say it looked like, Banger, Joker, Hoshiyumi were setting up for that dragon. Oh, Glacial Prison goes wide, but it does force the flash from Harmonica God. So, ult used for flash, you'll take that. Notably, Sauter doesn't have a flash of their own, though, so we'll have to pay attention to that. And because the Lilia showed on that top side, that is the signal to take the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, when you've had bot lane dominance this entire time, they've had all of the control. Somehow they lost the Scuttle Crab the first time around, but I mean,
right.
I expect nothing less out of not just Joker and Hoshiyumi, who are incredible in their own regard, but on the champions that they have in this bot lane. If you're not pushing lane, if you're not out harassing, if you're not just hard winning that lane, then you're not playing it right. And in this situation, they are doing everything correctly. You'll notice the CS is not very far apart from one another. However, it is the overall map control that they are providing. And Sauter just wants to fight, and it's not really the right time to be fighting a set.
Yeah, one thing about Set is Set can kind of be a feast or famine champion where you can stomp really hard if you fight a lot in the early game, but if you lose those fights, then you'll just be forever behind. Alternatively, though, you can just not fight, and you can just do stuff like this, where Sauter is down to 200 HP. Delilah is here, though, the jungle assistant. Harmonica God could be pretty crafty with the ultimate, though. The Lilting Lullaby from Delilah hits. Dunks over the top. Harmonica God is just trying to walk it out as best they can. They do slam dunk, but Sauter is smart and stays away, and Delilah gets first blood on the Lilia.
Big thing to note there, Sauter did not pick up an assist on this. So while the kill does help the team in the overall, notice the farm advantage is still slightly in Harmonica God's favor. He does have the teleport, which I expect him to blow in 2 seconds, in which case his lead will continue in this top lane, and there isn't really anything lost there in terms of the straight-up 1v1. It just took Delilah a little too long to kill Harmonica God, and then when Sauter did finally decide to dash back in, the kill happened just before it landed. So unfortunate in that little misplay, but honestly, great gank, perfect timing, because that was probably a dead Sauter under tower.
Right. Especially with the showstopper. That's, if if Sauter's positioning is not exactly where he is, playing very, very safe, then that is a dead pig. And Joker takes a couple of turret shots just to lay down the bullet time, and King Civil gets to pick up the wave. Is down 20 CS, notably, so Joker really making their mark. But you said it yourself, this should be a pretty lane dominant matchup, but at the end of the day, these ADCs are going to be putting in the brunt of the work. Harmonica God, again, clearing out the wave this set, even with the death, still makes it back in time to keep up with CS. And notably, I will say Harmonica God still hasn't used TP. Harmonica God walked back to lane yet again.
Yeah, big thing to make note of for sure. You'll notice that Sauter's TP only 3/4 of the way back up. I want to point out just a small gameplay change that happened in Sauter right there. So far, every time Harmonica God has walked up and done that, Sauter charged into him, which, never mind, he did it that time as well, just to prove me wrong, because I was talking about it, I guess. But the last time he charged out of it, which actually allowed him to dodge the follow-up true damage, saving a significant amount of HP. Now, he didn't trade back very much either, but quite frankly, that isn't something he needs to be worrying about, in my opinion. He needs to worry about not dying in this 1v1, because look at that. That's 300 true damage to the minions right there, so probably a solid 180, 200 just to Sauter. And again, true damage, it doesn't care about your armor.
Right. And that's half. That is half of what Set does these days. The W did receive a little bit of a buff. There's no math Set. You know, it used to be. It is still not back. I don't think that will ever be back. But is building the Vamp Scepter. I imagine we're gonna see, you know, the little Blade of the Ruin King first potentially. But I do want to say now is that we've started to see Joker be very alone down here on the bottom side of the map. We see the Curse of the Sad Mummy combined with the Buster Shot, and Joker, usually so safe under tower, is not safe from King Civil and the Cool Crab.
Yeah, that is one of those moments where, like I said, sometimes Joker is Joker, steps up a little too far trying to get that harass in, ended up getting turned on his head for it. Well played by Cool Crab. Lay into that snare, you know, kind of just in front of minions, not really through them, but it was very well timed, resulting in just another death over there. Red team up 2-0, but only up a couple hundred gold. It's definitely lane dominance versus gank and CC pressure as it stands. 1 minute till the Drake comes up, and that's really where we're going to see everything change, I'd bet.
Yeah, and one thing that's interesting to me, I'm going to make sure my scoreboard isn't bugged. Yeah, is so just a couple of minutes ago, Joker was sitting at 81 CS, and King Civil was at 61, and Joker just now is picking up additional CS to get above 90, so it was playing quite safe under that lane, but has completely, had all but lost that CS advantage, so definitely notable. Unleashed Teleport will not be available for another couple of minutes, but turret plates are dropping down. The next dragon is going to be spawning in 30 seconds, and both teams are starting to set up for it. Solder is the first one to make the move from the top side of the map. Hypnotic Shroff needs to be careful. Glacial Prison is still active as both teams start to posture around this bottom side of the map. Harmonica God, though, did invest the TP already, so it's stuck on the top side. Looks like they'll be committing to the plates most likely.
Yeah, I think, he's making his way down. He's probably going, they're probably going to be looking for a fight in the mid lane instead. I guess he had plenty of time to clear that wave and walk all the way down here. Dragon just coming up now, and he's just getting to the mid lane. So, honestly, okay, good use. Picked up a little bit of extra CS, gives him about a 16 head, and now Demo in trouble.
Yeah, Harmonica God just chunking out Demo as much as possible, and the Glacial Storm, not to be confused with the Glacial Prison. I definitely won't be doing that at all this game.
Never.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Does a fantastic job of clearing the wave, doing a good chunk of damage to Harmonica God. And we see the flash engage from Hoshiyumi, the double knock back. The roots come through. Solder gets rooted down, goes over the wall, gets on out of there. Glacial Prison gets invested on top of Curse of the Sad Mummy. Omega Gaming, Obsidian, they have the CC, they have the lockdown. They get the first kill, but they can't pick up the second. That is support for support. And Solder is getting smashed on by the Troll King. The exhaust comes through, but it's too late. Harmonica God is weak, running in between the turrets. That's not going to end too well. King Civil most likely going to get the kill, and Set goes in with the E, hits the W, but doesn't have the grit stacked up. King Civil takes down Harmonica God, still has the Buster Shot. We see the flash invested out of Hypnotic Scruff to escape the Lilia, and Joker is still here. The Misfortune Build Time has already been invested. Omega Gaming, Obsidian, they lose 2, but they get priority over the river for the time being. Both teams are still on this side of the map, and Demo is rather weak. Raptors do a lot of damage. Bangers coming through, and Demo just barely gets out of there with well under 100 HP.
I gotta say, if he was over one more ward, LeBlanc had just teleported into the mid lane as well. That would have been a definite committal of the WR just to get in. That was probably a single auto attack for a kill at that point. On the note of that entire fight, the bullet time absolutely wasted at the start of that fight, but it was then followed up by King Civil actually flashing onto Joker to try and pick a fight with him, getting him to half HP, and then Wing over the wall and having to run all the way to his own bot lane tower to pick up that next kill, unable to clean up on Joker beforehand. So kind of a strange series of plays out of the AD carries right there, neither of them really wanting to commit in certain ways, ultimately resulting in a very even fight, but the drag eventually does go down.
Yeah, it goes into the hands of Dorado Gaming. Omega, they've now picked up 2 dragons. The next will be Soul Point for them. So not a must-win fight for Omega Gaming Obsidian, but something they most likely want to avoid. we're going to have to see what the next team fight entails. Again, gold lead, you know, about 700 right now. It's nothing too notable for the time being. And again, everybody just continues to duke it out. We feel like it still feels like we're in a very even game state, which I'm going to be honest, Oshi, 15 minutes into a game where one team has not just completely steamrolled the other, we haven't had that in quite some time.
I'm pretty sure we're looking at LCS, not CCS right now, because this is absurd for us. Consider 15 and a half minutes in, there's 6 kills on the board. Excuse you. You should be triple that at this point in time, at least, right?
It actually feels clean.
It's almost like these two teams really care about the position that they are currently in.
That is taking so much damage.
That is Set, right? This is what we're talking about. Yeah, sure, Set isn't a huge #1 priority top lane pick, but can definitely still put in the work that is required.
Oh, that's a dead pig. The exhaust comes down. Maybe not. Harmonica God is stuck in the minion wave. There's plenty of grit, but isn't going to have time for the W. Banger and Hoshiyumi, they are in a fight in the river over the crab right now. The cool crab is able to get the lockdown. Delilah goes on a killing spree, but it's the troll versus a deer. Harmonica God took down Sauter and has come down to pay the river a visit. The shutdown goes over to Hypnotic Scruff. Dorado Gaming Omega pick up the Herald. Demo, you're here too late, and you will fall for it. Egnivia procs. King Civil is down, taking plates, but Dorado Gaming Omega get everything else.
Absolute cleanup right there in every possible way. Huge play by Harmonica God, even without his team actually coming up into the top lane. Help him, manages to pick up the kill there, comes down and helps clean up everything else. And now they have this Herald in the mid lane. If they can get a second charge off, it'll be huge. I don't think they'll be able to get this turret. Joker might stick around and try for it. I mean, Lilia's not quite there. They do.
Rundle takes turrets quickly, and both mid lane turrets fall immediately.
Yeah, that was an incredible turnaround off those kills. And Harmonica God picks up top lane as well. This map just blew wide open, probably about 30 seconds after we were complaining about how it hadn't been blown wide open.
Hey, you know, that's the CCS guarantee. We'll say something hasn't happened yet. It will happen immediately. I just can't talk about how well Banger is doing in the jungle right now, and everything will be okay. Now, notably, King Civil was just, I think, half a second too slow to get first turret gold, but did get pretty much solo turret gold down there on the bottom side. Has 2 kills, has picked up the Kraken Slayer, has a crit cloak, is feeling pretty good on this Tristana. We'll just have to see if they can transition that into the team fights. That said, item check-ins. We have completed items across the board, save for Hypnotic Scruff, who's still sitting on that lost chapter. That said, they have 2,600 gold in their pocket, so once they back, they should be able to buy whatever it is they're looking for. Omega Gaming Obsidian, though, they are setting up in this bottom side jungle. There's still a minute and a half until the next dragon. It looks like they're setting up a trap play for Joker.
Yeah, very, very early setup here. Joker, I mean, he's going to be a little smarter than that. Going to wait and let his team go in first, especially when you have the Maokai, who's able to do exactly that, throw the saplings into a bush and kind of check it out for you. Great little feeler. One of the reasons I absolutely love Maokai support, and I have for probably over 5 years now, is just this. You can just kind of feel it out. You're not as likely to get caught out, and as long as you can get a couple items under your belt, you get tanky enough that even if they do come at you, you drop a bunch of CC on them, and now your team has time to catch up. Demo, speaking of getting caught,
yeah, Harmonica God did actually come in from a backside flank, has to flash over the Anivia wall, and ultimates invested from both sides that don't really get anywhere. The Lilia ball does not hit. There's 30 seconds until the dragon. Those are some pretty big cooldowns used. Hypnotic Scruff has to get out of the flash, already invested. The Maokai ultimate used, 3 get rooted down, but it's not quite enough. Set has backed and is TPing back in to help out the rest of the fight, but that is mid laner down. Dragon spawns in 20. Hypnotic Scruff has TP, will be alive once the dragon spawns just a few seconds afterwards. Dorado Gaming Omega, they are still walking forward. Anivia wall goes into the choke point, but Omega Gaming Obsidian, they want to keep running past it. The turret goes in for the slow. Harmonica God over the wall, trying to throw down some harass. Set isn't too good at that, though. A single punch chunks out 25% of Delilah's health, and Harmonica God is in the middle of 5, gets a kill onto Sauter, has the grit fully built up. The W comes in. Cool Crab doesn't go down quite yet. The knockback comes through. Harmonica God gets knocked back into Demo, does a ton of damage to Anivia, and Joker's on the backside. Hypnotic Scruff takes down 2 with the W. The R invested as well. Delilah is going to be the last to fall. That is the ace, a quadra kill for Hypnotic Scruff, and soul point for Dorado Gaming Omega.
They did everything they could to keep this LeBlanc in her own lane, keep her on her own terms, keep it just her and the bird, and no, not having any of that. But big ups to Harmonica God. Look at this play. Recognizes just how low his lane opponent is. Know that he can get that kill. Has the grit massive stacked up. A whole bunch of true damage coming in. Even after the buster shot, immediately changes targets to keep autoing almost life-stealing back up. And the perfect teleport to W ult. Picking up the triple, following it into the quadra. The drag goes over as well. That is sole point that they are now sitting on. Absolutely incredible team fight by Dorado Gaming. Obsidian there. And quite frankly, we almost expected team fights to go the other way, right? That's what we were talking about in the draft. It's like, oh yeah, you know, Omega, they're really good at... I messed the team names up and I knew I would. Either way,
it happens. Everyone knows what you're talking about. You said Dorado, Omega Gaming, Obsidian. It starts with Omega. We know what's going on. Cool Crab did not know what was going on this top side jungle. Wait, maybe they do. Goes in with the bandage toss, a stun on to Banger. This is 4v2 right now. The Lilting Lullaby comes in. The CC chain is just too good, but Joker is here on the backside. Manages to chunk them down rather low, but 2 kills come through. Shutdowns on Harmonica God and Banger. Sauter is on to Joker, who's already used the bullet time, and we were praising Dorado, and the moment that we do, they get a little too cocky.
It is the other CCS special that we talk about all the time. Just a slight overextension into a realm where they had no vision. Nobody picked up any vision. Maokai wasn't there to drop the saplings to get that vision preemptively. And what happens? They get collapsed on by all 5 while trying to 2v1 a tank. Which, of course, never goes well, especially when it's in a Mumu with all of the CC you could ever ask for.
Yeah, I mean, I was waiting by Cool Crab, but apparently the Amu knew exactly what was going on, ran back to the safety of the Lila. 6-2-2 on this Lilia, by the way, has the most kills on the server right now. That's pretty scary. This is Leandry. This is not, well, not server, lobby. You know, look, we're pretending we're playing on an isolated server. You know what? We're pretending that we're LCS. Remember, that's what we started off with. Anyways, that's besides the point. We're seeing some more purchases come through. Speaking of the Lilith, has picked up the second item now. The Zhonya's Hourglass. Look, this is no tank Lilia. This is a scary Lilia. The Blasting Wand even as well. So for all that Dorado is doing well, they briefly had like a 3,000, 4,000 gold lead. Objective bounties are going to be falling off rather soon because OGO, Omega Gaming, have caught up rather significantly. They're only down 2,500 gold. That said, 3 dragons right now for the side of Dorado. 2 minutes until the next one spawns. The stats from that are definitely considerable.
The big thing is, will Scruff be there? Or will he have teleport, right?
Yep.
That's really the big thing you have to look at here. Because Scruff can blow up Delilah, right? Delilah, she shouldn't stand a chance against how fed this LeBlanc is. Look, that's a death cap that just got purchased right now. Right as I was going to talk about the items, Scruff picks up the death cap just to really emphasize the point I'm trying to make. That is, nobody outside of Sauter, and even Sauter is questionable, is safe against Hypnotic Scruff right now. This LeBlanc is going to pop you for all you are worth.
Right. And that's, we were talking about this. Joker has been putting on a pretty good performance. Bloodthirster now built alongside the Kraken Slayer, but Scruff, the other member on this build of the team, that can absolutely carry the LeBlanc. We've seen LeBlanc's 1v9, we've seen them 1v5, so this is something to keep an eye on now if you are gaming Obsidian. You got 2 major threats to deal with. Harmonica God, this is, is trying to sideline against Demo, and now that this Glacial Storm is really starting to, ramp up in power, it's going to become a lot more difficult, I think, for the set to try to challenge this Anivia in the side lane, even though he is up a level.
Yeah, but ultimately, in terms of who you're going to have over there, I mean, you could have Scruff matching the Anivia, but it's going to be the same thing, right? Unless Anivia leaves tower and Scruff can get the dive in, it's probably just going to be exactly what mid lane was, which is everybody standing around, right? If you can try and force other people towards Scruff as he's harassing out a melee champion, just the same as you're having on the other side, then okay. But I feel like OGO is going to be significantly more likely to respond to that. They're going to feel more pressure to respond to this LeBlanc harassing Sauter than the other way around. I feel like Dorado Gaming isn't necessarily going to feel like they have to respond to Harmonica God getting harassed, because Harmonica God has a Blade of the Ruin King, can just walk in, take Krugs or take Gromp, heal up, and be done with it.
Whoa, this is a very sudden Baron start without a ton of priority. Hypnotic Scruff does have to W over the wall. Cool Crab is thinking about going in. Hypnotic Scruff is just going to die to the Baron, and the shutdown gold goes over to Demo.
Yeah, left 100% abandoned by their team. Right there. All it would have taken was Trundle sticking around for 1 or 2 more autos from the Baron. And instead left. It completely changes who the target priority is there. Dead.
I mean,
So now that's 27 seconds. That's drag. That is unquestionably going over to OGO. Unfortunate situation. Very, very well played by Demo. And who, once again, is the one who chose to play this matchup. Made a massive pick right there. Ended the Dragon stack. Kinda.
Yep. Yeah, friend, slowed it down at the very least. Again, they have to fight Soul Point every time now. I mean, notably, kind of your big, one of your big carries on the side of Dorado Joker doesn't really benefit a ton from Pouch Soul. Still very good, don't get me wrong, but the movement speed on ult, that Misfortune stands still. So what are you gonna do? And the strat, but whatever. Hypnotic Scruff, Harmonica God, Banger, they can all, and Hoshiyumi as well. I mean, really, they all, they don't mind it too much, but at the end of the day, your big, you're in theory your big damage threat, not too concerned with it. So, but again, that big ball of stats is definitely useful. We're just gonna have to see, wouldn't really put that on Hypnotic Scruff, was just clearing out vision in the back, and Banger just said, all right, see you later, and see them later they did. Coming into the rest of this, though, again, we pretty much evened it up in terms of kills. Still 2,500 down for OGO, but really at this point in the game, that shouldn't matter too much. Overall, turrets mostly in the favor of Dorado. They have 4, whereas Omega Gaming Obsidian, they have 2. Again, the game feels pretty even, which feels like what we are going to be seeing throughout the rest of these series. And I feel like if we see too many more of those mistakes, which are not too small, then that could very easily be what swings this entire series to whoever ends up taking it.
Exactly. I got to say right now, if Hypnotic Scruff lands QW, just Q, and then pops the Q with W, that's about 1,100 damage. Okay? To put that in perspective, Demo currently has 2,300 health. Okay? Health. So that's half in just the QW. No ult invested, no E landed, just the QW.
That's 2 of those. What's the cooldown on those? What's at this point 6-7 seconds at most between the 2 of them? That's a lot of damage, as the kids say.
4 and 6 respective QW.
6. Yep.
So even if you max space them out, it's like every 10 seconds you do that damage to someone.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that's gonna
be. And again, without the E, without the ultimate, 1,100 damage.
That's just assuming only the Q and W buttons work. King Civil does manage to jump out of there. And again, we are seeing exactly what you are talking about. King Civil already chunked down to nearly half, has to go ahead and back. Unfortunate thing is, again, for Dorado, it's going to be really difficult. King Civil actually sticking around, but healing up passively can just take a couple of camps and should be at full health. Harmonica God is in a very precarious spot right now. Is just running away, which I think is correct, but might be running to the wave, which might not be. And I'm going to be honest, I saw 4 members of Obsidian up there, and I saw Harmonica God just like in the middle of them.
Yeah.
I got very scared very briefly for that set.
The Great Escape was played and won for Harmonica God in that situation, managed to slip out. And honestly, running to the wave, not a bad idea because of the Triforce, right? You give a minion a punch, you get a bit of move speed, you keep running. At least you're that little bit faster for those couple seconds. Ultimately, didn't matter. Respect it. And it looks like we are getting some early prep for this Drake. Already picking up that Scuttle Crab even with a minute and a half left. This red on Joker is going to be great. I wanted to mention a very long time ago, Joker actually did opt to go for the Kraken Slayer, so he is willing to take these fights front to back, which is exactly what I expected and 100% what I respect, because you're not exactly gonna be popping this back line as Misfortune. You have to worry about the front line. You have to worry about these people coming to you first, kill them, then worry about the Anivia after the fact, then worry about the Tristana after the fact. So. Very similar initial build in that regard, but you take a look at where it's gone from there. The Bloodthirster picked up in terms of the IE prioritization for the Tristana. So really, Joker recognizing that he's going to be on his own a lot of the time. He's going to have to keep himself alive, isn't going to have quite the same amount of friendship, if you will,
Yeah.
in these fights. Meanwhile, King Civil saying, everybody's here for me.
Yep. Demo has to flash in the bottom lane again with with less than a minute until the next team fight. That could be pretty big on this. And Nivea, Delilah, and Sauter up clearing wards around the Baron pit. And like speaking of kind of vision score, we're seeing the power of this Maokai. 77 on the vision score so far. That's only going to get higher as this game continues. But we're at the 30-minute mark. We're getting to the point where any team fight here will result in a very demolished base, maybe even a dead one. Okay, Harmonica God is in the middle of the Baron pit. And again, Omega Gaming Obsidian, they just say, I mean, to be fair, it is a set. We saw what happened when, you know, Dorado went in too far on Cool Crab. Maybe, I mean, Harmonica God might just be playing bait in theory. Set's really hard to take down, although it's not the tankiest build, Triforce Blade of the Ruined King, but we'll have to see. Harmonica God is up on the top side right now with TP, but Omega Gaming Obsidian, they get priority over this Dragon Pit first, and they Dorado's just gonna give it up.
Yep. They, you know, the one person with an attempted steal on the LeBlanc right there. I mean, that is, you know, 500-ish damage on the W. So respect for that, but I guess really they wanted to make sure that they had this prioritization in the top lane, just kind of keep the vision around Baron and pick up that top lane tower. That's where they're focusing everything right now, and they are way ahead in turrets. If you take a look, 5-2 at the moment. Massive lead in that regard, and quite frankly, this set is getting terrifying on top of everybody else at this point. You know, take a quick look at our gold leads here. This set sitting on 12K, 12.5K earned already. Meanwhile, you have Sauter, who actually just had to go in debt to purchase something, hasn't even broke 10 yet. So that's over 2,000 gold lead in this top lane. Jungle is just about even. Mid lane, 2,000 gold lead. ADC's perfectly even. Support's perfectly even. It is a very, very close game. However, when you're looking at the set and the LeBlanc, two of the most dangerous champions that we keep talking about because of the way they have been played and the matchups that they keep finding themselves in, this is a much larger lead than it kind of feels like.
Indeed. Hoshiumi gets the root down onto Demo. The bullet time comes through. Demo gets very, very low. Crawling roots don't quite do the job, and Demo has to get out of there. Egnivia not popped yet, but will likely have to back, and will be doing so now. Has TP if they want to try to get back here aggressively, or they should just be able to walk straight forward. And we're starting to see the split pushing really come through. We mentioned Harmonica God taking advantage of that. Now it's Hypnotic Scruff down on the bottom side. The solo laners are the ones that are really dominating the gold lead right now, though Harmonica God, again, is in the middle of 3, and Omega Gaming Obsidian, they do not take the bait. They are not falling for it, because that time it absolutely was bait.
Yeah, without question, that was a definite bait.
Oh,
Delilah
no.
caught out again, though. This should be her going down.
Yeah, that's going to be a dead doe one way or another, but the Cool Crab goes over the wall. We're starting to see the CC chain come through again. The Anivia wall actually cuts off Omega Gaming Obsidian from being able to follow up on the play, and Cool Crab falls to Hypnotic Scruff, who TP'd into the mid lane to join the fight. That is 2 for 1. Supports down, jungler down for Omega Gaming Obsidian, and Dorado is going to turn towards the Baron. 3v4 on the map right now. Omega Gaming Obsidian, though, they still want to challenge this.
Yeah, the damage is definitely here to burn this down very quickly, but so is the pressure. If Demo can get in there and drop that ult, yeah, they got to fall back.
Banger is thinking about it. Joker still wants blood. The bouncing bullets are doing a fair amount of damage. Hypnotic Scruff goes over the wall, but King Civil pops into the red pit. Sauter and King Civil, they are waiting patiently. Harmonica God is coming around from the side. They've gotten pinched. They've pinched Omega Gaming Obsidian down. Hypnotic Scruff gets locked down. Sauter is so weak, will finally fall to Harmonica God, and Hypnotic Scruff is continuing to lay down the damage on the backside. King Civil has to go golden. Cool Crab has rejoined the fight, has respawned. Delilah has as well, and managed to get a kill with the blooming blows. Joker and Delilah are duking it out. Harmonica God can just lay down the punch, but Joker takes the kill. Gun beats deer every time. Double dash from Hypnotic Scruff, managed to pop Egnivia and get on out of there. Demo should come back alive, no problem. Dorado Gaming Omega, they win the team fight. They're up 5,000, nearly 6,000 gold, but they don't get the Baron.
Yeah, overall, no objectives taken, but ultimately a bit of gold. Influx there, upping the lead that they had by just a little bit, but the biggest thing to focus on in that entire fight was where Joker was. Every single time somebody came in, he backed up a little bit, got a bunch of auto attacks off, the fight couldn't continue anymore, OGO had to dip out a little bit, and then Dorado would step up again, and hey, guess what? Here's Joker dropping an E, there's a slow, all right, we're engaging again, a couple of auto attacks, everybody falls back until piece by little bit of piece, that Kraken Slayer did the work, shredded through all of the health. The sustain that the MF had was honestly pivotal in that entire fight. Allowed Joker to stick around, pick up all of the, not just auto attack damage for the sake of damage, but stay sustained every time the fight came to him.
Harmonica God managed to dodge the stun, but finally gets rooted. The CC on Omega Gaming Obsidian really coming through, but the Haymaker with the shield, the grit was massive, and the showstopper over the wall blows up. 2-1 goes down, 2 goes down. Harmonica God falls. Delilah goes golden in the middle of 3. The blooming blows does not give them enough movement speed to get out of the middle. Double kill over to Hypnotic Scruff. King Civil is trying to shoot over the wall. The Buster Shot knocks back Banger, and Dragon spawns in less than 20 seconds. It's 3v3 on the map right now. We're seeing a recall come through. Sauter does still have the TP. Hypnotic Scruff is trying to get in more damage. King Civil gets very, very low. Hypnotic Scruff is going to have to run away for the time being. Sauter now with a full health bar is coming back to rejoin the fight. Banger is the jungler that is up right now. We're not seeing any recalls coming out of Dorado. And again, it is 3v3, though. The respawns are going to be coming in. Cool Crab is up first. The rest come in 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah, I definitely would have liked to see an immediate turn as soon as the recall started out of Sauter right there. See an immediate turn for Dorado, go for that Drake. Drake, as soon as it spawned, they didn't quite do it right away. Hypnotic Scruff in a bad spot this time instead.
Goes in, does hit the QW combo, but finally falls. Anivia goes down, and since there is no egg Nivea, she stays down. Sauter and the Cool Crab, they're on the run, but they're tanks. They're going to be hard to take down. Maokai ultimate once again comes through. Nature's Grasp. The lockdown isn't quite there. Delilah is on the run from Harmonica God. I'm going to be honest, that's a fragile deer, and these fists hit hard. Joker gets hit by the Swirl Seed, but Delilah does not invest the ultimate. You don't really want a one-man lilting a lullaby, and it's going to be the disengage from now. Both teams are still posturing. Hoshiumi in a pretty good spot. Harmonica God as well to choke out the choke point. Harmonica God takes a ton of damage, but the W comes through. The true damage is in. King Civil takes down one, but it might not be enough. The exhaust lands. Krundle gets the Drake. The lilting lullaby hits on Hoshiumi, but only Hoshiumi. King Civil and Sauter are low. Delilah is trying to get the turn. Hoshiumi managed to get 2, but it's a triple kill for King Civil, and it's a quadra kill for King Civil, and that is the ace for Omega Gaming Obsidian.
The exhaust was the turning point in that fight. Once again, we called attention to it only very early on. Take a look at Joker, gets the bullet time off, gets immediately interrupted. Soon as the CC ends, the exhaust drops down on him. He can't keep pace with King Civil at that point, who just cleans house with the resets, not using the resets to pick up any kind of kills, but for incredible positioning. Puts himself next to the Maokai. Absolutely nothing to worry about in that situation. However, we come back to real time, and would you take a look at that? The Baron is still alive. They did not go for it, even though Delilah was coming up relatively quickly, even though Tristana was mostly full health and has percent-based damage and incredible overall damage. They peel off instead because of the threat of Hypnotic Scruff. This LeBlanc just existing on the map was enough for them to say, oh, maybe not.
Yeah, Hypnotic Scruff did actually go in and harass them down a little bit, was able to run off and escape, but they didn't want to deal with it. This is now a 50, it's a less than 16-second cooldown on the ethereal chains for Hypnotic Scruff on the R, so this is going to be a lot of damage coming out very, very quickly from Hypnotic Scruff, especially now that they have the Cloud Dragon Soul, so they're going to be hard to slow. There's a fair amount of tenacity now on their team. So all of these stuns, all of these slows, all this CC, they're going to have, Omega Gaming Obsidian, they're going to have to layer it perfectly. Elsewise, especially members like Harmonica God and Banger, they're going to be able to get out of it rather quickly. So looking at it now, Baron is still up. Elder spawns in 4 minutes. That's the other thing to take a look at. We're at a 40-minute game, and again, it still feels like it's on a knife's edge. There's only a 3,500 gold lead for Dorado. It's basically been like that for the past 20 minutes, so we're feeling pretty good. We're feeling it pretty strong, and for the time being, I mean, right now, if we do a brief item check-in, 4 items for Harmonica God, 4 for Banger, 4 for Hypnotic Scruff, and 4 for Joker. Hoshiumi on the sport has 2, and for the most part, we also have 4 items on the other side, save for Sauter in the top lane, who is still stuck on 3.
I have to say, it looks like King Civil is going to be picking up possibly a Phantom Dancer here to round out his build, which I would appreciate. I think it's a great option considering how these fights have been going. The added attack speed, move speed, and most importantly, not getting creep blocked is
Right.
very important with the mobility that Tristana has and the fact that you have to be continuously moving around this team. It would be a wonderful pickup, but otherwise this build out of the Tristana is phenomenal. I think it's flawless at this point in time. Absolutely everything has been built in the right order.
Yeah.
You're not the person who should be looking for vision, mate.
No, yeah, Hypnotic Scruff, the Banshee's Veil got popped, and they decided to keep walking forward. That is going to be Baron, while Harmonica God goes and takes that bottom tier 2.
Harmonica God basically has to get an inhib here for it to be worth absolutely anything. Even if Demo dies, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, Demo does use the Zonias. That is the Baron down. One will fall. The tier 2 is getting chunked out. It falls as well. Omega Gaming and Obsidian, they have all recalled. They're back in the base, feeding out with the Baron minions from Monica God. Set takes turrets extremely quickly, especially with the Triforce build. Buster Shot comes through. Harmonica God is still alive, but not for long. King Civil goes God, like 9-1-5 now on this Tristana, is having an absolutely phenomenal performance after what was a pretty tough laning phase against Joker and Hoshiumi.
Thing to note here, Harmonica God actually pinged that King Civil used Flash in that. King Civil did not use Flash. So could possibly see an unexpected outplay coming in here. So if we happen to see someone on Dorado Gaming commit a little too heavily to the Tristana and Tristana flashes away from it, that's because of a little bit of misinformation coming through there. Small things that can completely turn the tide of a fight like Flash.
Right, and notably right now there's not a 1-4. Oh my, Delilah just dies.
Deleted.
We see the Nature's Grasp come in. Sauter is getting chunked away by the bullet time. Will finally fall. A single auto attack from Hypnotic Scruff takes him down. Banger is facing down King Civil and the Cool Crab. King Civil can shred you pretty quickly. Cool Crab is left to kind of be the sacrifice here. There is no Buster Shot. Cool Crab goes in. Curse of the Sad Mummy invested to try to give King Civil a fighting chance. But that is 3 kills, 3 more Baron buffs taken away. King Civil, the only one still with it. Harmonica God TP'd up into that ward on the top side. Is underneath the turret, is taking tower shots. That's ramping up very, very quickly. Harmonica God has to invest the Haymaker to stay alive, and King Civil with the burn takes him down. Anivia falls again, even investing the flash. King Civil is still alive. The lone man left to defend the base. Delilah will be up in 10 seconds. That's inhib down. Dorado Gaming Omega, they are still pushing. Again, it is only King Civil. King Civil has the Buster Shot, but there's no real walls for them to target. Turret 1 goes down. King Civil is laying down as many of the auto attacks as they can. The GA is popped. Delilah is alive. Coming in, the Lilting Lullaby is going to have to hit somewhere hard, but that's 1 down, 2 down. Nexus will go down. Dorado Gaming Omega take game number 1.
If I had an elastic band, that would be the best possible way I could describe this game. Absolute back and forth banger all the way through into what did we expect? Exactly what CCS always gives. Brawl, 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 Baron, brawl, brawl game. And of course, the team that took Baron lost because it's CCS.
Yeah,
right? It's what we do. Yeah, phenomenal fights by Joker. Again, positioning absolutely everywhere he had to be at all times. Wonderful CC layering in those last fights. And hilariously, what was the very first bait that we saw was out of Cool Crab, and the very last bait that we saw was on Cool Crab. Cool Crab getting baited back in to try and give King Civil a little more time, and oh, there's 4 people there. Oh no.
It didn't quite work, but this game, this was an absolute this was a dance of a game, if I would say so. Damage numbers from everybody were extremely high. That's what you're going to get in a 42-minute game, but trading was like it was so scrappy, and again, it felt like it was on a knife's edge. Dorado Gaming Omega, they had that one favorable team fight. Omega Gaming Obsidian, they pushed a little bit too hard. It felt like they had played so carefully, so conservatively. They finally felt free with the Baron, but Dorado said, okay, you know what? You take the Baron, we'll take your Nexus. Fair trade, right? It wasn't so much, but you know how it goes. That's it. King Civil, most damage in the lobby, 44,400 at 10-2-5. You got to hand it to him. If you are Dorado, you have to be able to shut this man down, because losing a game from that position for King Civil, that's not going to happen consistently.
No, it's definitely not. I mean, we said the plays to pay attention to is going to be this bot lane, right? We talked about everybody in this game because, quite frankly, everybody was having it out for everybody throughout the entire match. But we said the one that they always fall back on is the AD carry, be it one way or the other. In this case, I mean, Tristana did everything that she could, right? King Civil did absolutely everything within their power, including being essentially the last person alive on their team, trying to make a
Mm.
big play, getting in on the MF, dropping the ult, using the stopwatch, right? Just kind of doing their absolute to stay alive, ultimately falling a little short just because that was where the game state was. Joker, on the other hand, I think the tide turner and probably one of the biggest differences overall was that Bloodthirster pickup. The Tristana had very little sustain, was sitting on a Doran's Blade as their only Omnivamp for
Right.
probably 38 of the 40 some odd minutes. So
Yeah.
really, like until the Zeal got purchased, that was it. And then the Zeal got purchased and it was gone. Meanwhile, a Bloodthirster on the other side meant that Misfortune was able to stick around in fights, and not just in fights, but in the harass moments, which is really what we saw. We saw a significant number of recalls coming out. And again, big tide turner when you only have 4 members immediately on the map, even though all 5 of you are still alive.
Yeah. So we're going to have to see in game number 2 which of these teams is going to take it to the next level to continue the series. But if you want to take your gameplay to the next level, Oshi, do you know who you should check out?
Metafy.
Metafy, of course. Try Metafy, our other sponsor for the CCS. You can use them. They have coaches for all, like pretty much all games. I would be surprised if there is not a coach for a game. You're probably going to find like one, like the chaotic card game or something that was canceled in 2007. You might not find that one. But for basically everything else, you can go to Metafy, use code CCS10 at checkout for 10% off your first coaching session. Again, it can be League of Legends, it can be whatever you want. Again, I still need to probably get some Pokemon coaching, but we will be getting into game number 2 in here in just a moment. Go check out those sponsors while you are waiting around. We will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have just wrapped up game number 1 between Dorado Gaming Omega and Omega Gaming Obsidian. We are back for game number 2. If you're just tuning in, my name is Thunder. That is Oshi. And this is CCS Winners Bracket Finals. Yes?
Oh, I just said this because Oshi.
Oh,
It's me. This. You couldn't figure out where to point, so I pointed instead. That's all.
I think it's, look, my camera gets flipped. You know
it's
how
your
it
left.
goes. It's my, okay. Yeah, but we are back we're getting right into draft. I was going to make some comments, but I think the draft, I'm going to be honest, is going to stay roughly the same. Omega Gaming Obsidian, they lost game number 1, so they have picked red side yet again. That's where they were before. Seems like they're pretty comfortable on it. Again, like that first game felt like it was on a knife's edge. Oshi, just a couple of mistakes here and there that kind of pulled it back and forth, and Dorado took advantage of Omega Gaming Obsidian making a mistake at the 42-minute mark. When you make a mistake at 42 minutes, then you just lose.
Yeah, exactly. And so be it. That's how it goes. That's how it went in that particular time. This time around, though, I mean, I'm trying to think, like, is there anything that you would want to see banned? No, not really. Right? There isn't really anything. You're not going to ban the set, right? Like,
right.
Honestly, I'm taking a look at the last draft and then taking a look at how the game went. There's nothing different that I would want to ban. Right? There's nothing that was incredible. Okay, the Maokai, I think they probably saw the vision score at the end, like you drew attention to. I mean, when you drew attention to it at the time, he was sitting at 78, which is generally higher than what most people end with.
And that was at the 30-minute mark. So we still had 12 more minutes left in the game. I didn't even see what he ended at. So
yeah, I mean, I didn't even want to look for what it's worth. I didn't want to see because I feel bad about myself.
Probably over 100.
Probably. But either way, so that is the one ban change that we see coming out. But in terms of how the draft is going to go, I'm always a fan of Olaf. Yet another flex pick. I was going to say I almost want to see Obsidian with less flex. Right? I want to see them say, this is what we're playing. Don't try and play the big brain draft game as you go down. Say, this is the type of comp that we want. This is who we're picking. This is what we're playing, and stick with it, right? Because ultimately they put all of their chips in one basket, which was a dang good basket to put all your chips in. However, the other team had 3 baskets.
Yes. And this time we're already seeing basket number 1 get selected for Sauter. They're not putting all their eggs in one basket. That is the GP. Now, if you're the side of Dorado Gaming Omega, this might be in Scruff's department, Hypnotic Scruff. But Sauter on the GP is an absolute weak side king on this. Pick can have global. Yeah.
Weak side.
Yeah. Look, King Civil is strong side. There's no world where King Civil is not strong side. Like that's what I'm saying about Omega Gaming Obsidian. King Civil, you can go for Dorado as well. This is an Olaf. This can go to Stunna or Harmonica God. They're both great on it. This very well might just be the 2 top laners going like, all right, Olaf, GP, our best champions each. Shake hands. Let's duke it out 1v1, true top lane style. This is the us land. I'm calling it now. I think we're going to see like 1, maybe 2 ganks. We're seeing the supports get locked in. Again, I'm expecting Joker, King Silver are going to get most of the attention here because these top laners, these are their picks. This is going to be the true top lane experience.
Yeah, or again, we're going to kind of see some fooling around with maybe a different top laner. But I agree. I very highly suspect you are correct. We're just going to see the bloodbath of top lane that we expect. And I would absolutely adore an unspoken agreement between the junglers of, all right, fine. Have it your way. Right?
There we go. Draven picked up for Joker. Draven Nautilus bottom lane.
So last game we saw Misfortune, who's like a mid-late strong carry, and Tristana, who's fairly hyper carry in the late game, right? Draven is hyper carry from 5 minutes onwards.
Yes.
Right? He's an incredible mid-game champ, incredible mid-late, incredible late, incredible super late. Like he's great as of 2 items. And the Misfortune to counter it, okay, this is overall going to be very interesting. It's basically a heavy engage versus a counter engage is what we're going to be seeing in this bot lane. Right. You're not going to see the Rakan trying to do massive engages onto the Draven, namely because as long as Draven has quick fingers, he can interrupt the engage anyways, right? The Grand Entrance comes in and you just E it and it's over.
Curtain closed.
Yeah, right. But most importantly is after 6, you really don't want to do that because sure, you CC the Draven and then Nautilus just drops ult on Misfortune and then Q's Misfortune and depending on the Nautilus build, can basically kill Misfortune, because Nautilus does a ton of magic damage. There's the LeBlanc
Right.
ban as well, and the Fiddlesticks on the other side, by the way. So they are definitely nailing down some comfort picks here. They
Right.
saw some things that they didn't like, but that does leave some stuff open that we saw banned before.
Yeah, and notably, Delilah on the Fiddlesticks wasn't picked in the previous game, but we've seen it on stream before. That, you know, in their games off of stream, Delilah on the Fiddle has been a terror, no pun intended. Like, it's,
Oh, full pun.
I mean, full pun, sure, full pun intended. She is, or they have made the Fiddlesticks feel appropriately Fiddlesticksy. It's terrifying. We see the Akali ban out of Omega Gaming Obsidian, though. Again, the draft is changing, but I will say this is something that we haven't seen too much in the CCS, which is these teams have changed their drafts considerably, even though that first ban phase didn't really change that much. The Maokai was banned. That's the only change. And so we're seeing now, as we get farther into playoffs, these teams have a much deeper pool in terms of the strategies that they want to pull out. I think, especially if you're CB Rush looking at both these two teams up here on the winner's bracket, you're going, we might have to come up with a few new things.
Yeah, they might have to pull something out of the pocket of a couple of the other teams that aren't around anymore and just kind of nice big twist on it all. I
Right.
want to say this Viego ban, regardless of whether or not the other team would play it at all, you take a look at what you've got. Olaf Draven. The last thing you want is a Viego pulling over one of them.
Right.
Instead, though, you've got the Kazakhs, in which case you can no longer have Draven doing Draven things and free firing alone, right? Because that's what
Right.
you want from Draven. You want Draven to be back here and the rest of your team going this way. Unless you know where Kazakhs is and unless you keep him locked down, that Draven dies.
Yeah.
I'd say 70% of the time that Draven will die. Pantheon is a huge pickup here.
This
Mid lane?
draft, I mean, Pantheon jungle is pretty good. I don't know how it matches into Kazakhs, but I mean, I was gonna say with the Kazakhs pickup makes a little more sense why that Maokai was banned, because that makes it much more difficult to take it down. We see the Talia get picked up. I think this is either Pantheon top or jungle. I'm assuming, honestly, that this is going to be the Pantheon jungle. We're going to have to see what this very last pick is, though, for Omega Gaming Obsidian. It should be at their mid laner. Both teams look like they were trying to keep that, keep their mid lane pick for last, but OGO, they held out the longest. Since they're red side, they get that counter pick, which is what you pick red side for.
Play Nivea again, quite frankly, right? I mean, Anivia would be totally fine in this entire game as far as I can figure out. Great way to interrupt all of the engage that Dorado has. Ziggs is also viable, I suppose. Again, similar concept, right? The whole idea is the ranged wave clear kind of being able to sit off on their own, take care of things themselves. So yeah, I respect that in the mid lane for sure. I'm taking a look at Olaf and Pantheon in terms of the jungle against Kazakhs, and I can't figure out which one of them wins more against Kazakhs, right? If they meet in a 1v1, like Pantheon has the stun. If you time your E properly, you negate the Kazakhs Q. Your Q is both ranged and melee range, right? Meanwhile, Olaf, if you play it well, you just out sustain the damage that Kazakhs is going to put out, and you just kind of sit there and auto attack him constantly. When then he has to jump away from you, in which case you just leave, right? So it's really going to depend on the itemization and how the early game really goes. But I'm thinking level 3, if these two meet up in bot lane like they had previously, what's going to happen right now, be it Olaf or Pantheon, I'm still leaning on Dorado Gaming side just because you've got a Nautilus in there. You've got a Draven down there, right? In terms of level 3 fights in a 3v3, that's where my gold's going.
Right. And I mean, I guess if you're a Mega Gaming Obsidian, the one thing that this draft really functions around well is that GP and Ziggs they have, Gangplank has a pretty much a true global. Ziggs has a semi-global that the range is effectively a global once you get into the later stages of the game. So they can arrive to team fights pretty much instantly. Pantheon and Talia takes a little bit more time, but at least they're actively there. GP, Ziggs, they get kind of one big, they get one section that they get to say, all right, this is where I'm having an impact. Pantheon, Talia can actually show up, but it takes a little bit more time. So I think that's going to be a really interesting push and pull. And we do see the Pantheon get locked into the jungle. Olaf for Harmonica God in the top lane.
I definitely like that for sure. I think the Pantheon is going to be much better in the jungle. And I focused on the jungle matchup with what I was talking about previously. Taking a look at it now in terms of the top lane matchup, I think Olaf is going to have a much better time in the Gangplank just because of the built-in sustain.
Right.
Other than, again, if you get lucky with your timing on the E, with Pantheon, you can kind of negate the barrel explosion. But if you try and do that, I mean, you're just going to get queued constantly instead.
Right.
So kind of, pros and cons on how you play it. I love your mentioning of the globals, though. That is the biggest thing that we're going to be paying attention to here in tandem with the summoners. That's going to be the first thing I look at when we load into the game is to see where the teleports lie because of the essential Pantheon teleport, the essential Talia or Talia teleport. They're already kind of there. You did, however, miss Draven's global, which does exist and does a significant amount of damage as well.
That is true. It's yeah, we could see those cash-ins coming from across the map. And you know what? That is one thing that Joker can actually have impact on the top side of the map if Olaf can give him the information that's needed. We saw multiple times in the previous game where Harmonica God was able to get Sauter relatively low, and Harmonica God can do the same thing, and Sauter gets caught recalling, and Joker's ultimate doesn't get called out. That's a quick cash in for the Draven.
Yeah, exactly. And those cash ins are specifically why I used the terminology where I'm going to put my gold, right? Because think about that. You get those early couple of stacks on the axes, and then that bot lane fight comes out. I'm fully expecting to see Banger start top lane, or start top side and work his way down and see the exact same thing and see that early gank come in, because you get a Draven cash in at level 3, you're first backing to a BF sword, which is normally the end of the game if a Draven could do that.
It's going to be, either way, this is going to be a lot of damage. I expect this game to be absolutely explosive. We got barrels, we got bombs, we got axes everywhere on both sides of the map. So we're going to have to see which team can take this game number 2 home. And while we go on a very brief spectator delay break, you can check out our sponsor, ProComps, the first of its kind drafting tool aimed for competitive and solo queue play. ProComps allows the user live feedback and analysis on your drafts, gives you recommendations on your picks, notes on your matchups, analysis on your enemy team's win conditions. These features allow you to gain an edge on your opponent and improve your drafting skills. Use code CCS for 50% off your first 3 months at checkout. And also go check out Medify, code CCS10 at checkout for 10% off. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Everybody panic! Hold on! I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Hello everybody, welcome back. And despite what you may have just heard on the screen, no, this is not game 5. This is not Silver Scrapes. Sauter has to flash out early, traded Flash for Flash. We do have plenty of action though. Should still be plenty of action for the rest of the day. This is only game number 2. Blame the playlist. It wasn't even Ludi's fault this time. But Dorado, they have already commandeered the top side of the map. The northern red quadrant is theirs, and wards have been placed on the bottom side. We might get a split map, but wards will track where exactly this Kha'Zix has started Oshi, which I think is probably pretty important for the Void Assassin.
Very much so. We were talking about where does the level 3 fight come, right? And it looks like they want to either make sure they do get it or make sure they don't get it at all. It's really going to be in the hands of Banger here. He's going to be the one with all of the information. Oh, never mind. There is a ward on the red buff on the blue side as well. So equal information here, both starting red. Yeah, very curious to see if we end up splitting here. Kha'Zix not getting any actual health help from Sauter here. Nor did Banger, actually. So nobody took any auto attacks for the junglers. So everybody's taking the same amount of damage overall. Red buffs traded out. It looks like... I mean, what's Banger doing here? Yeah, Banger's going in for the blue, sorry. Yeah, there is a ward there, though.
Yeah, there is a ward. Kha'Zix is trying to make a run down to get there in time. Banger does have the health advantage for the time being, although I think Delilah might be trying to clear away the wolves. They are both level 2 for the time being. This is what we were talking about with potentially the 1v1 being dangerous. We're already seeing the rotation come down from Demo. Hypnotic Shruff is following. This could be a very early 4v4. Lila is on the run, has already popped the refillable rather early. The blue buff is low. Delilah gets rooted. Might have to smite for health. Doesn't even get the chance to do it. The first blood goes over to Hoshiyumi. Banger gets the blue buff. This should be a 3 buff clear for them. Unfortunately, the Nautilus is the one that picks up the gold.
I mean, yeah, Nautilus picked up the gold. The assist, thankfully, did actually go over to Banger, so that was picked up. And quite frankly, Nautilus picking up gold here just means that he's going to get tankier faster, which means more engages will go in the favor of DGO here, so probably beneficial there. The big thing, Joker getting absolutely nothing out of that. No level 1, level 2 cash out this time, and the level 3 gank is definitely not coming either. So we are going to see Banger slowly moving his way back up, picks up the Wraiths on his way. He'll be picking up his blue buff. Meanwhile, Kha'Zix just up at his Krugs, and Harmonica God going back quite early. Never mind, he either got interrupted or decided against it. I can't tell.
Yeah, Hypnotic Shruff is taking a fair amount of damage. Has a biscuit, but no potions. Demo still with 2 potions themselves. Cool Crab goes in, gets a knock-up onto Joker. Draven's taking a fair amount. The spinning axe is kind of highlighting where Joker has to go, is pretty clear indication of where Cool Crab needs to engage, but Hypnotic Shruff with the back TP's in before the 4-minute mark. Harmonica God might be trying to get the jump on Sauter here, is down a level for the time being, and it's kind of the melee versus ranged matchup that we're worried about, but Sauter is on the run very briefly, has already expended the barrel, throws down another one. Harmonica God is still on the chase down. Sauter gets very low, and Harmonica God with the undertow takes down the GP. It's already 2-0 for Dorado Gaming Omega.
That is a huge play, entirely set up by that early flash burn, and now Hypnotic is going to be able to get in and help out against Delilah here.
Banger
Demo
is
forcing a flash.
low. Demo goes in, flashes themselves. Delilah gets out of there with very low hit points. Is likely going to have to back, and that's going to be setting Delilah on this Kha'Zix even farther back. Sauter did TP, and Harmonica God is low, but and Sauter. Okay, yeah, I was going to say Sauter just takes the trade, and these top laners, they're duking it out. This is top lane fashion, through and through.
Exactly what we expected to see right here, right? We said as soon as both of these champions got first picked, we said, all right, this is his champ, this is his champ. We're going to go at it, and the junglers are going to stay away. And so be it. We have a 1-to-1 back and forth. CS is just about even. The difference maker that time around. I mean, keep in mind, Harmonica God was half health when Sauter got back to lane, right? But Sauter has a Sheen.
Yes.
So big difference maker on the gangplank without question. Now there's a Sheen actually on Harmonica God's side as well. I wonder if do you think they'll both go Triforce here? Or if we're going to see some variation.
Look, you know, they just, again, it's the handshake. Does Sheen build into Prowler's Claw? I've never built that item in my life. I don't think it does.
I don't think it does.
I don't think it does. So I think we might just see Triforce into Triforce here.
Or Divine Sunder is the other one.
I think Divine Sunder will probably be on Harmonica God. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, maybe we see Trinity Force on Sauter, but hey, maybe I shouldn't have called the Prowler's Claw so early. But as for the rest of the game, the bottom lane has been surprisingly calm, other than Hoshiumi, you know, roaming up to help out with getting that kill. Joker, notably, again, didn't get the assist on that. And Harmonica God and Sauter, I mean, they're just, this is the Fight Club, right?
Mm-hmm.
Junglers have not been up here. They're not going to care. Hoshiumi is just going to die. Banger is coming. The Ignite is onto the Nautilus. The double stun comes through. Hypnotic Scruff is the first to move down, but Demo has the range. Banger is still in the middle of two of them. The knockback comes through from Hypnotic Scruff, and Delilah falls yet again. 0-2-0 now on this Kha'Zix. We see Demo use the Mega Inferno Bomb and does manage to slay Hoshiumi, but the trade comes through on the back. Sauter eats the oranges in response to the Ragnarok, throws down the Cannon Barrage as well. The Q hits Harmonica God. The other toe does not hit Sauter. We're seeing the two top laners still duke it out. Harmonica God is on a ward, and Sauter just Qs him in the face again.
Harmonica God took at least 4 tower shots there and still almost killed Sauter. Keep that in mind. If he chilled just for a nanosecond, if he would just step back and realize how much stronger he is, or at least was, at that point, he'd have such a massive lead. Instead, he's down in kills, he's down in farm. I mean, he's going to keep doing the same thing, I would assume, but at some point in time, he's got to realize it's not going to go well for him, and I really hope it's when he takes a look and sees that Cloak of Agility picked up on the other side, because Sauter, these Qs are going to start hurting significantly more.
Yeah, these weren't even the barrels that were doing a ton of damage to Harmonica God, so it's only a matter of time before Sauter actually starts hitting with those barrel chains, and then Harmonica God will be in some actual real trouble, even if they are not just running straight into the turret, which, again, they're continuing to just, you know, they're aggressively pushing forward. It's top lane, you must fight. It's the rule, it's the law, it's the CCS law, it's the top lane law. Sauter's getting smacked down, but it just doesn't matter. We said the sustain from the Olaf was pretty good, but Sauter with the oranges and first strike as well is proven to be pretty strong in the sustain department.
Yeah, like I said, I really want to see Harmonica God just pick up that Vamp Scepter. These fights would be incredibly different because his advantage state comes when he can actually melee Sauter, right? As long as they're long-range training at this point in time, the Sheen matters for one and not for the other, so it's going to be a big advantage for the Gangplank. Unfortunately...
Oh no, Banger caught a little bit too aggressive, was trying to take advantage of the jungle gap, but Delilah gets their revenge. 1-2-0 now on this Kha'Zix, is down still about 20 CS, so needs to recover a little bit. Still has a Dirk to a Dirk plus a Scepter. Harmonica God going in again. The Undertow does hit. Sauter is low, but the oranges come in and again just goes up to half health.
Oranges and its K, right? That's the saying, and that's what we're seeing. This top lane just, you know, they're having the time of their lives right now. Harmonica God, I was going to say, he was looking at playing the same cheeky thing. Sauter saw it coming, I guess. Opted to just freeze lane instead. Hypnotic Scruff in some trouble. Should be able to walk out.
Yeah, the
Flash.
Mega Inferno Bomb is used and traded for the Flash, so Mega Inferno Bomb cooldown 120 seconds. You'll absolutely take that one.
Yeah, Void Assault also popped right there so that Delilah could get out safely. Also, you know, you want to be able to proc that passive when you get in there. Big thing to note, Hoshiumi only level 4 right now. Cool Crab is 5 and on his way down mid lane. So a little too much roaming coming out of Hoshiumi in terms of being able to keep up in the levels. However, that does mean Joker is a level up on King Civil due to the solo experience that he's picking up. And we have some unusual pressure here at this point in time.
Yeah, Delilah is face-checking a bush where Hoshiumi is standing. We see the stun come through onto Cool Crab from Banger, but we see a very early bullet time pay its dividends. Harmonica God managed to turn and get the kill onto Cool Crab, but Hoshiumi will fall on the other side. Delilah picking up another kill as well as an assist. Harmonica God is just going to die to King Civil here, and again, it's just bullets to the face for this Olaf. He is not having a good time.
You know what? You say it all the time. Things like gun beats deer or gun beats this. Gun beats drumstick as well, in case you were curious. So
That is true.
yeah, so this time around, we see him going down. I'm amazed at how long half the people survived in that bullet time. I mean, yeah, sure, it's a misfortune with no items, right? But still, that is a very high base damage ability. And it was incredibly impactful for King Civil to be up there when he was there. Now, Cool Crab actually has his ult as well, and Hoshiumi still only level 4.
We do see the quickness come through, and all of a sudden it turns into a 3v2. Joker still hasn't procced the ultimate yet. The Whirling Death, it's not even going to be invested. The Flash was used. Delilah goes on a killing spree after a rough early jungling phase. Has the first mythic of the game in the Eclipse.
Yeah, definitely a big pickup. We also have a 2-0-3 Misfortune right now, who is currently had just backed and bought 3,800 gold total, having been used. And I mean, the game state doesn't really reflect the gold state, is how it kind of feels, right? You know, you take a look at the number of kills that have been stacked up. It's 8-5 right now, but it really feels like all of the pressure is coming from DGO.
Right, Cool Crab has taken quite a bit of damage. Hypnotic is trying to come in with the Talio wall, but isn't quite able to get close enough, and Delilah goes on a rampage. The Eclipse damage coming in massive. That's a double kill from the Kazakhs. That early game work completely erased. The Whirling Death does not hit. King Civil, Delilah, and Cool Crab are keeping it locked down on the bottom lane.
Joker, I think, just took a single auto attack or W from Delilah. I didn't see what it was, but lost about 30% of his health bar from it. So definitely a scary situation to be in when you yourself have no sustain. It looks like he is also sitting on a Sheen right now, by the way. So that is a third player. Sauter has managed to go back and completed his Essence Reaver. Naturally, the critical option here. So no Triforce coming out there. Still possible to see it on the side of Harmonica God, though. But again, I'm with you. I don't think that it's going to happen.
Right. It's, you know, GP first item. I'm going to be honest. I can't believe I completely blanked on the Essence Reaver. That's been the first pickup for like every GP that we have seen. Very good item overall, and we are starting to see those item completions come in. It's a 3,000 gold lead for the side of Mega Gaming Obsidian, so of course they are finishing theirs first. We do actually see the Essence Reaver get picked up for Joker as well as their first item, and Mythics, we got 2 of them over on the side of Omega Gaming Obsidian. King Civil performed phenomenally in the previous game, has picked up the Gale Force, so wants to get aggressive in this game as well. And I mean, so far, you know, we looked at the bottom lane as kind of the focus for overall this series, but in the previous game, Hypnotic Scruff kind of took over, and in this game, Delilah, again, even after going down kind of early, has just been able to slaughter pretty much anybody that is even half an inch out of place for the side of Dorado Gaming Omega.
Yeah, one of the things that we saw a lot of last game was Dorado Gaming Omega having, you know, a lot of the time it was Harmonica God on the set just being way too deep and very much alone.
Oh, no.
And
Delilah takes a turret shot, but it just doesn't matter.
Who's very good at killing someone that's alone? Kazakhs.
Yep. Sauter is still alive.
Critical!
Harmonica God is just not having a good time up on this top lane anymore. It looks
He
so good.
has no sustain. He goes in and auto attacks, and yeah, you're doing damage, and that's great, but he keeps pausing as he's moving. I don't know if you noticed. He didn't actually attack move into the bush. Something for everybody at home, make note of this. When you're chasing somebody into a bush, attack move.
Oh, Cool Crab gets rooted down, but the bullet time is invested to push off the attack, and Joker falls again. Any stacks that he was going to try to build up are not going to be coming through. King Civil is thrown down onto Hoshiumi, but Banger jumps onto him. That is finally going to be a kill back. 6-13 is the score for the time being. Banger and Hoshiumi, though, they have to retreat. They cannot fight here. They take the kill, and they say, all right, well, that's good enough for us.
Yeah, at least they traded one back this time. So much invested on all sides, though. Joker heal invested there. Joker's flash is just coming back up. Hoshiumi had to flash there. Banger dropped the ultimate to make sure that he could get in. Meanwhile, you take a look at the other side, and I think Cool Crab used Ignite, and that's it, right?
Yep.
So that's an aggressive summoner for a flash burn, a heal burn, and the global ultimate used as well. To return to my point very briefly, if you attack move into a bush and there's an enemy in it, you will immediately start auto-attacking them. If you just right-click into the bush and there's an enemy in there, you'll walk in and stand next to them. and then start attacking them afterwards. So little plays like that, ultimately a tide turner in that top lane for certain. That being said, though, I mean, Harmonica God, yeah, he's 1,800 gold down. And
Delilah
Joker
jumps onto Joker. Joker is trying to get out of there, and it just doesn't matter. Delilah goes godlike 7-2-1 on this. Kha'Zix has the Merc treads as well. The tenacity boost. You're just not, I mean, how do you, Oshi, I mean, how do you answer this Kha'Zix now?
CC is really the only answer at this point in time. Quite frankly, Hoshiumi needs to stay in his lane. Right. You know, and I don't mean that in a rude way. I mean literally and physically, he needs to be next to Joker all the time. That is the only chance that you have. I was saying that in the last game, a significant amount of what Dorado Gaming Omega was doing was stepping far too forward, right? They were constantly had one person that was alone, but they were tanky enough that they could kind of sustain it and hold it out until their team showed up. Who's incredibly good at making sure that you die when you're alone? Well, that would be Kha'Zix, and guess what keeps happening? People keep getting found when they're alone, and Kha'Zix keeps killing people.
Yeah, a good adjustment for Omega Gaming. Obsidian, noticing what exactly Dorado Gaming are doing and making a draft to take advantage of it. They have now taken 2 dragons. They have taken the bottom lane at tier 1 tower. They are in the middle of coming to scrap for the Rift Herald, and Dorado, they just have to run away from it. They can't even try to take it. So that is now going to be Herald, or at least maybe it'll be Herald. Yes, they will indeed take it. So neutral objective control. This is what Omega Gaming Obsidian. This is what they did during the regular season. Again, their percentages on these things are absolutely insane, and they are showing it this game finally. After losing Cloud Soul, they said, all right, you know what? You're just not getting anything else.
And if you want to see the difference between a 1 kill 2 assist Ziggs and a 1 kill 2 assist Talia, Demo's Q hit Talia for about half health after the burn went away. So very dangerous in that situation. This is going to be a tier 2 mid lane turret going down as well, getting the dive out with the help there. I mean, Drake's down, right? Baron isn't even up close to up yet. This tower is going to fall in the top lane as well. OGO's looking incredible.
This is now 4 turrets taken in less than 2.5 minutes, like 2.5, 3 minutes. 4 turrets just got blown up. That is a massive influx of gold for the side of Omega Gaming Obsidian. They are getting their recalls now. They're getting their backs now. I fully expect to start seeing some of those upgraded items come through. Sauter gets very briefly delayed, and, well, we don't see anything too crazy coming out for King Civil. But once Sauter goes into that shop, I'm expecting to see something pretty frisky there. Yeah, that's just the full Prowler's Claw.
Just a Prowler, instant buy, whatever, right?
Yep.
Not a big deal, not something to pay attention to. It's okay. It's only an 8,000 gold lead at 18 minutes. This is so much more what we're used to.
Yep.
Right.
This is again, classic CCS. We can't go more than 1 game without getting these absolute stomps. But I will say, Dorado Gaming, they're not out of it. We do finally see the Trinity Force. I think it's been there for a little bit for Harmonica God, but it has not been there for very long, as he's just recently come out of base. But there's still definitely a world where Dorado can come back, but their comp seems very skewed towards the early game. I think it's going to be difficult for them to start finding those ways back into it.
Yeah, the real key was making sure that this Kazakhs didn't get too far ahead. And hey, guess what? Kazakhs got pretty far ahead. Demo might get out here.
He does. The knockback does come through. Demo falls, but Banger has taken several turret shots. King Civil is here. Does have the bullet time. Manages to take down Scruff. Flashes in. Takes down Banger. A double kill for King Civil.
What was that damage? Oh my goodness. 151 damage per wave. Oh my. I mean, most of the time, take a look at last game. King Civil would not have been able to walk down and pick up a kill like that against the jungle mid lane last game, right? Total difference in not just the champions that you're playing, but where the game state is. I mean, this MF just went back and finished a collector, right? I mean, this is 8,400 gold on the MF. Combined on the jungler mid lane, you've only got 12. Right? So that's a 30% difference, or 30% advantage on the two champions who were below half health.
Right.
So that's a very good showing by King Civil right there to get down there, pick up those kills, and just continue to push this forward.
Yeah, and we're starting, again, first game, Dorado, they were making some mistakes, and, I mean, Harmonica, I guess you can call that a mistake, but he was just trying to farm the wave. Harmonica is trying to get out of there, but Delilah goes legendary. That is going to be Baron on spawn. They absolutely have the damage to do this, but again, Omega Gaming Obsidian, it's like they have downloaded Dorado after only one game. They figured out their play style. They figured out what mistakes they were going to make. They have drafted accordingly. They've given Delilah the tools to carry, and even after getting killed level 1, being down 20 CS in the first 5 or 6 minutes, 8-2-1 now, 2 items, Baron at 20 minutes. They all 5 are wearing purple, and Dorado can't do anything about it. Cool Crab is going in. That is one Baron buff down. Banger and Joker, they force the flash out of Solder. King is running forward. The bullet time gets 1. The bullet time doesn't get 2, but the Mega Inferno Bomb does. That's 2 down for 1 Baron buff. It's only the support. Hypnotic Scruff tries to delay the wave, but Omega Gaming Obsidian are in firm control of this game.
Yeah, that was a cheeky little Talia ult right there. Ultimately, it doesn't do anything. My goodness, this misfortune. That was 1 Q, by the way, onto Hoshiumi right there.
Q in a barrel. That's it.
Ow. Is about all I can say for Dorado Gaming right now. This is a massive, massive turnaround for Omega compared to the last game. And really, yeah, like Delilah, she is the difference maker in this entire game. Right? 100% is the difference maker with the way that not just she is played, but with the champion that she's on, giving her the mobility and the assassination potential, playing it flawlessly. Look at this, picking up the Serpent's Bite, I believe, is what that is as well, just to really make sure that they can cut through everyone, right? Olaf picks up shields. Hoshiumi picks up shields, right? Doesn't want to have any of it, is going straight through everyone.
The damage, the damage is considerable. Like, I am... no pun intended. Also, for those of you that don't know, Banger is one of Stunna's alt accounts, I believe, unless we're not making any assumptions around here, but we were told that is Stunna, but I quite frankly am stunned at how this has turned around so quickly. I mean, Dorado Gaming, they are going, again, former world champions. Joker, a phenomenal ADC in their own right, is currently at 0-4-2. So this early game draft definitely didn't pan out. But again, I don't think this is something you can pan out to just draft diff. They had the early game advantage and they weren't able to do anything with it. Omega Gaming Obsidian have been able to navigate this game near flawlessly. 8 kills are in, but Cool Crab goes in now, and King Civil's on a rampage. Joker just straight up disappears from Summoner's Rift. The double kill comes in. Harmonica managed to get the trade. The Ragnarok is procced and is trying to go in, but goes too far. Demo takes down the Olaf, and Solder is just on the bottom side of the map, taking the turret, dropped the cannon barrage up on the top side, said, all right, team, good luck, have fun. It's a 3-for-1. Notably, though, Delilah is the one that fell.
Yeah, I mean, Delilah's the one that fell, and while Delilah is a lot of the damage in terms of picking up kills, definitely not a lot of the damage for taking towers. Demo and King Civil, just on the champions that they are, is everything that you need to be able to clean up structures. I mean, Ziggs is devastating naturally just with the W. Not so devastating when they're on a gray screen, however.
That wasn't even... Joker didn't even get the kill.
It wouldn't even have mattered. Before Joker died, he had 72 stacks.
Yeah.
Okay, so Joker died, which put him down around the 30 range of stacks. So he would have picked up a whole 50 gold if he had picked up that kill. So, incredible job keeping this Draven shut down for this long.
Yeah, again, like not even a single kill yet. Only those 2 assists. Joker, I mean, that was they were trying. There was absolutely no world where the Whirling Death was needed to get that kill, yet it was invested anyways. You can tell that they want something. They want to get onto the scoreboard. It's 10 and 22 right now. It is an Ocean Rift. That is Ocean Soul that will be up. I mean, with how fast members are getting burned or bursted down, like if you're gonna die, you're gonna die quickly. I'm not sure how important that sustain will be, but the added overall stats will probably be pretty helpful. And I mean, if you are Dorado right now, honestly, you're probably pretty happy that ended with only 2 inhibitors getting taken down.
Yeah, I mean, that very well could have been the game had the fight gone any different whatsoever. I have to say, though, the Ocean Soul will be incredibly useful for OGO, because in the situation where they burst someone down, if someone like Delilah takes a ton of damage, or someone like Cool Crab takes a ton of damage in that burst but does survive, okay, go stand in a bush for 10 seconds. Now you're full health again.
Right.
And the push continues.
Yeah, and this is, again, we're in the situation where this is a Baron push without the Baron. The super minions are flooding in through the bottom and mid side of the map. That leaves this tier 2 to be guarded. 4 members up here. It is the Draven, Joker down there on the bottom side alone, trying to rack up this gold, trying to reach that hyper carry status yet again. The tier 2 falls without too much of a fight, though, and Joker decides, all right, I have to come up here and help the team. The tier 3 is going to be falling just as quickly, I imagine. There is no cannon minion anymore. It is just the casters. But again, super minions are in the base. 2 of them will start to hit these turrets. And as soon as Dorado get pulled away, Omega Gaming Obsidian are going to be able to take advantage of that. We see them coming in through the mid lane now. The fight has not broken out yet. And Dorado decide to go in now. Hoshiumi comes in. We see the Whirling Death. It hits, but it doesn't get the execute. It doesn't get the kill. We are now inside the base. Omega Gaming Obsidian are just on the turrets. Delilah and King Civil go in. They take down 2. Sauter gets one with the barrel, gets one with the cannon barrage over the top. Delilah, Joker managed to get the kill there. Finally, the shutdown comes through. Money on to the Draven finally, but his Hypnotic Scruff and Joker, all they can do is sit in their fountain as they watch the Nexus fall. Game number 2 will be taken by Omega Gaming Obsidian in dominant fashion.
Joker technically picks up a second kill right there with the laser doing all of the work and taking out Sauter. But my goodness, that ended at a 13,000 gold differential between the 2 teams. Consider the fact that the last game literally came down to a single fight, right? Baron was a scrap, just barely managed to get through. This time around, though, I mean, the top lane went as tightly as we could have expected until it didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it really did not. Taking a look at the bot lane again, because we said where we're going to look. Look at this bot lane. King Civil obviously did incredible, sitting at 16,000 damage. Not the 44 that we saw last time. That's totally fine. Sauter actually sitting at the highest damage of the game at 19,000 this time around. But again, back to that 16,000. I want to point out the difference here. Joker didn't even break 7,000. That is how shut down this Draven got. Draven was struggling so hard that they had to buy steel plate caps for the boots. Okay, they couldn't even pick up the attack speed. They couldn't go Greaves. They had to pick up some defense just because of the threat of the Kazakhs continuously.
Right, and I think now we are probably going to see some earlier adjustments in draft, and that's what this is all about. We saw Omega Gaming Obsidian. They adapted and did the adaptations work? We're going to have to see if Dorado can make the adaptations. It's 1-1 right now. That brings us to potentially 3 games at most remaining. Remember, it is a best of 5. Despite what Silver Scrapes was saying before, we still have more games in the book. We'll see if Dorado Gaming Omega can take another win, make it 2-1, but it's going to 2-1 either way. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are already getting into the draft for Dorado Gaming Omega and Omega Gaming Obsidian. We are, again, same sides. Both teams, even in the loss, they liked where they were. They liked where they were at. We saw the adaptations from Omega Gaming Obsidian. We saw a very different draft for Dorado Gaming Omega that didn't really pan out, Oshi. So maybe we'll see some changes. Maybe Dorado are just going to draft differently, draft a little bit more towards what they did in the first game, which a little bit more scaling, a little bit more bulky, and just win the game at 45 minutes. But Omega Gaming Obsidian, I think they can do the same.
Yeah, at this time around, Omega Gaming Obsidian actually banned the Gangplank themselves.
Okay.
So they said, "We showed you what it can do, but you don't get the chance."
Right.
And I respect it because, of course, Dorado Gaming Omega does have first pick. So Omega Gaming Obsidian, which and I love the fact that you can just go Dorado Gaming Omega Gaming Obsidian.
Yes.
It's killing me that I haven't been able to say that yet, so I had to
It's like
finally.
transitive property. You just take out you just cross out Omega and Gaming, and you just keep the Dorado and Obsidian.
It's
Just call them
just
Dorado, call
math.
them Obsidian. It's just simple math, everybody.
It's simple math. It's
Dorado
Dorado
versus
Gaming
Obsidian.
Omega Gaming Obsidian.
Addition, people. Dorado Gaming Omega squared Obsidian. Anyways, bans are still coming through. Diana gets banned again. Dorado have not changed up their bans so far. Again, these are just permabans. You can't let Delilah have the Kane or the Graves. You cannot let the Turret go through. Omega Gaming Obsidian, they have taken away the GP, and the Misfortune is just the priority pick so far in this series.
And I respect it. It has done it incredibly well. It's won both games so far, right? Very, very strong power pick, even with the minor nerfs that came through in this patch. So very, very interesting to see it getting all of the priority even after that. Maokai getting picked up on the opposite side. We saw just how strong that was in tandem with the Tristana. I adore that. That is a significant amount of burst and lockdown.
Right.
The early game harass that comes out with that is wonderful as well. You manage to land the root from the Maokai into the Q, and then you get the Tristana bomb stacked on top of that. You get all the auto attacks on as well. That's a lovely, lovely amount of burst, and I guarantee you that 80 carry is either going to be flashing or really wishing that they had flashed out of it. The Amumu to counter all of that as well. I would say very equal lanes. I mean, we saw this in game one, right? Just with the supports reversed. And overall in the game, the Maokai, as you pointed out at the time, the vision score was so high that was so influential that it even got it banned in game number 2.
Yep.
So this time around, let's see what happens, what comes through. Again, is Seraphine still open, not even being considered?
Yeah, I mean, we could see the hover come in, but Omega Gaming Obsidian, it seems that they have decided that their answer to the Misfortune is going to be the Tristana. Dorado, they've picked up the Wukong. Again, in theory, it's a flex. I'm almost certain that this is going into the hands of Banger in the jungle. And again, Maokai support, that's what was pulled out last time. Technically a flex. I mean, the thing is, I don't think it's something that we'll see Delilah on. We could see Solder on it, but that is the Silas pickup. And again, you never know what Cool Crab is cooking up, because I don't think Silas would be mad to steal a Curse of the Sad Mummy as a support.
Quite frankly, it doesn't matter at this point. Take a look at the 3 ultimates on the side of Dorado Gaming Omega. I mean, you take any of those. You take Bullet Time and you're going to out DPS the MF. You take the Curse of the Sad Mummy, you're not only hitting the same CC, but it's going to deal a significant amount of damage as well. You take the Monkey Spin, you got the Monkey Spin, you got 2 knockups, it's wonderful. And then Silas has his own knockup anyways, right?
Yep.
So all of this really allows Silas to either go super deep or play super out, depending on how they feel and how they sit itemization wise, right? If they're behind, being able to pick up the MF ult and just sit back and basically act as an additional AD carry to full counteract the MF ult is wonderful. You see the Fiddlesticks band come out on as well as the LeBlanc band. So nobody wanting any of the signature pick and then the devastation that we saw prior. And now they're getting into the mid lane counters as well, getting rid of the Vex.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to target down Hypnotic Scruff, who wasn't really able to do anything in the last game. Seemed pretty neutered compared to their previous performance on the LeBlanc. Didn't look as good on the Talia. Dorado Gaming Omega, again, they're targeting down Delilah. They have, I think, probably appropriately designated Delilah as the major problem, and the Kha'Zix gets banned as well. That's 4 bans targeted towards Delilah in the jungle. One of the multiple players that has really helped Omega Gaming Obsidian just dominate the league so far, and it doesn't look like that has changed at all. In the game that they win, Delilah just pops off. So again, a bunch of junglers banned. That does technically still leave Maokai as the flex if Omega Gaming Obsidian feel like the pool is getting a little bit pinched. I'm interested to see what they are going to pick up here, though, because I think that will probably give us most of the answers.
Lilia's still up. Looks
Trundle
okay.
is
Does
up.
go over to the Trundle. Yeah, I like the Trundle in this. I mean, you have the Amumu and the Wukong, right?
Right.
You just kind of shut down both of them. 40% is 40%, right? It's not like you're
Mhm.
taking a flat amount. It's a percent amount. So if Wukong decides to build full damage, great. You make him so squishy, he dies super fast. Same
Yes.
with Amumu, right? And one way or the other, you're going to be upping your own defensive statistics, which is incredible for Trundle. Again, one way or the other, already baseline very tanky, and then
Mhm.
generally tends to build along those lines. Is there that, yes, finally,
Let's
thank you.
go.
So a Mumu support is a great pick. We talk about it all the time.
Mhm.
The engage is hit and miss, right? The Ornhorn is not. The Ornhorn will get someone 95% of the time, and then you get one person. Okay, now a Mumu goes in with the bandage toss, stacks the CC. If the team decides they want to turn around and fight after that, then you have a Mumu ult to follow it up. Glorious situation. I love that pickup. Cassio is an incredible counter engage here as well. Now, again, Silas can take that ult too. Silas can take all of this and do all of it himself as well. But I mean, you look at the stacking CC on the side of DGO compared to OGO right now,
Right.
and it's not even close.
Yeah. And this is, I mean, this was something that we saw kind of in the previous game that like this, or really in game number 1, the CC from Omega Gaming Obsidian, that really gave them an advantage up until the moment that they lost. And there is the Syndra mid lane pick. Oshi, it's the Silas support, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's either Silas support or Silas top lane into the Ornn.
Now that could be interesting, but I guess I want to ask then. I guess that would leave Maokai in the support position, but I guess either way, now, Tristana has a little bit of a different support.
Well,
It's pretty much guaranteed going into the Misfortune of Mumu. I imagine this is still probably going to be a little bit of a difficult lane for King Civil.
what if Trundle goes top
Trundle top,
into Ornn?
okay. Maokai,
Maokai could jungle.
jungle, and then
You
Silas
could
support.
have
Yeah.
because we talked about Silas support is a normal thing for this team, right?
Yes. Yes.
And then Maokai in the jungle got those recent buffs, and then
Mhm.
secondary buffs as well for this patch.
Right.
So that almost wouldn't be unusual if you think about it. But if you get into the who can brawl against a Wukong, none of them. Like
Yeah.
Silas, I guess, but we're not talking about Silas jungle. That's not a
Mhm.
thing that we're considering, right? Because then what? You have Maokai mid lane? No.
If they break
Sorry,
Oshi, if they
Maokai
break
support?
out Silas jungle, like, are we going to be surprised?
No, of
Like
course not.
after everything we've seen, we can't be. It's
I mean, we'd be
impossible.
disappointed.
We would be disappointed, but not surprised, most definitely. But I will say this is our second Cassiopeia that we have seen in playoffs. The first time we saw it, Alternative ended the game in 22 minutes. So,
And how?
yeah, it was brutal. So we could see Dorado kind of pull out the same thing. Again, I don't think Omega Gaming Obsidian is going to get taken down in 22 minutes. I just don't see it happening. But I think Dorado, maybe they're a little bit of inspired by Alternative, one of the best mid laners I think in our league,
Yeah.
despite being eliminated by CB Rush in the
Mhm.
lower and in the rematch. But I do think that this Cassiopeia pick, it's not something that everybody can play, but the people we've seen it on have just absolutely dominated on it.
Yeah, it's been wonderfully powerful. The big thing here is you take a look at Omega Gaming Obsidian's side, right?
Mhm.
How are they getting in? Right? What's the engage for Omega Obsidian? Maokai ult?
Yeah, the
Kind of,
Silas
right?
chains.
Okay, great. So let's say Silas chains, not Cassiopeia. Drop the
Right.
miasma. Who's coming in after him? Right? Who's diving into
Flashing
the
forward on the Syndra to scatter the weak.
right?
The
Okay.
Chad demo play with the flash scatter.
But
And
here's the
then
thing.
hit the gameplay button.
Like you take a look at this, and Omega Gaming Obsidian's entire team comp is counter engage based.
Yep.
Entirely. They're either getting somewhere first and zone controlling you, just with the
Mhm.
Syndra basically alone, and then the Maokai saplings here or there. But even at that, look at all of the engage that comes from DGO, right? And I said it, the bandage toss isn't necessarily reliable in the situations where you're trying to force your way through a small opening. You have, the Syndra that you have to worry about, Ornhorn it.
Right.
Right? As long as you hit that Syndra, she can't scatter the weak to stop you on your way in. the bandage toss comes through, everybody gets stunned, and then it's a brawl. And that's exactly what Dorado Gaming Omega want, right?
Yeah. And
Obsidian, on the other hand, I mean, the team fight doesn't. It could be incredible. Don't get me wrong. They're phenomenal players, and they have wonderful synergy with one another. But champ-based alone, they don't have the AoE. They don't have the CC.
We'll have to see which team will be able to take it. Then Dorado took game number 1. It was back and forth. Omega Gaming Obsidian took game number 2 in dominant fashion. Dorado, they're the ones that I feel like, they're maybe on the back foot. Momentum is not in their favor. We'll see if they can grasp it a little bit stronger in this series. In the meantime, players are taking a brief restroom break, so we will go ahead and take our break. The spectator delay will come through. In the meanwhile, once again, go check out our sponsor, ProComps, all-in-one drafting tool that you can use in your casual and your competitive play. Download it, learn from it, become a better gamer. Use code CCS at checkout for 50% off. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. That is a threat.
Everybody panic! Hold on! I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to game number 3 of our best of 5 winners bracket finals. Dorado Gaming Omega, they are already on another level 1 hunt, although this time it's not a hunt. They just play some vision down and get on out of there. They are dead set on being able to track Delilah, who is on the bottom side of the map for the time being, placing down a ward of their own. Notably, it looks like Sauter actually placed a ward up on that top side jungle as well, just to make sure that there was going to be no shenanigans. Cool Crab staying up here for the time being as well. They are fully expecting the level 1 invade here, but Banger is going to be starting on the bottom side for the time being.
Yeah, no flashes burned before the 30-second mark this time around, unlike last time where we saw 2. I'm constantly going to think that Maokai is Rumble. I think the skin that he's playing looks like the Rumbleverse skin and will always make me think of that. Good use of the bandage shot right there to kind of clear out that brush. A simple little thing, but what it means is that if anybody is in there, they don't get the drop on you. You get the drop on them with some CC. Late on the sweeper to clear that. They already know where you are and where you're going. It happened on both sides, hilariously.
Yeah, Harmonica God is actually not on the wave right now, is waiting very patiently, will get most likely spotted on that ward. Yeah, gets pinged out and is just walking back to the top lane. Looked like tried to get his cheeky red buff steal, but it didn't quite happen. And notably actually gets a little less time on the wave. The level 2 not coming through for them anytime earlier, even though there was the leash from Sauter. And Sauter and Harmonica God are already duking it out. I mean, again, top laners are going to top lane. They're just going to keep punching each other. But notably, Oshi, I want to ask, how do we feel about this Sylas support? We've seen it a few times now. It's proven itself to be rather effective. And again, into the bullet time Curse of the Sad Mummy bottom lane. Actually, hold on. Level 2 comes through. We get yanked up to the top side of the map. Cool Crab is very, very low. Has to flash. And it's before 3 minutes this time. The Ignite is ticking down. Cool Crab rather low. 1 auto attack will do it, but they stay alive for now.
That is 2 flashes burned in the bot lane. Right. Both of them on one side, and only the Ignite popped for Hoshiumi on the other side. The auto camera really wants us to see this wet noodle fight in the top lane. Meanwhile, people are almost dying in bot lane. Level 2 finally coming through for Cool Crab and King Civil, and up we go again because we can't not see the sapling get tossed into a brush. Never know when that might come in and be important. Instead, we have a mummy under the tower.
Hoshiumi goes in, but has to immediately flash out. The exhaust comes down from Joker, and there's a 1-for-1 trade, but it's King Civil for Hoshiumi. That is ADC for support. Delilah is trying to get the kill onto Joker. Banger is trying to stop that from happening. Will get the kill onto the Trundle. That's a double kill for the Wukong. Flash is invested now on everybody on the bottom side. Delilah and Banger as well. The junglers getting in on the early action. And we end with an even gold state. Harmonica God is going in on Sauter. And again, the top laners are just doing top lane things.
Yeah, Sauter had a great opportunity in that level 1, level 2 range where he could trade very hard with Harmonica God. Unfortunately, not able to do that now. Canceling that back. I like it. Getting the shatter off. But there's the passive that I was talking about earlier on with just being able to use that to really not just trade damage better, but wow.
Demo. Disengage. Staying alive without even having to use the flash.
Fingers of a cheetah right there. Dude rubbed his mouse in cheetah blood beforehand just to really make sure it moved fast enough. Got the E key down to push that dash away, having none of it, and now Mumu having to sadly walk back down to the bottom lane, slightly defeated, slightly underleveled, but ultimately nothing changes.
Oh, Hypnotic Scruff, a little bit weak, but is fine. I do have to ask, I mean, there's cheetah fingers and then there's Cheeto fingers. Are they the same thing?
That depends on the settings that you have on your mouse and if you actually have to move it or not. Cheeto dust and Cheeto blood are not the same.
Cheeto blood. I didn't know that Cheetos bled. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. They must not be vegan, But anyways, besides the point, it's gonna be interesting to see who gets level 6 first in this bottom lane. Notably, Cool Crab is actually level 4, 1 level up on King Civil. So the Sylas can't really do much roaming, so Civil might be, a little bit lower on the levels than they would like. But they go ahead and get the back. We see the pickaxe bot. Cool Crab goes ahead and gets the boots purchase as well to try to catch up with Hoshiumi, which already had the paper bags on their feet. Both mid laners, they have gone for their back. Demo did not TP back, but will be able to start taking advantage of that relatively soon. And again, the top laners even on CS. Notably, the real gold, where gold is most advantageous right now is in the jungle, but even then it is only 300 for Banger over Delilah. The back gets stopped. Hoshiumi was recalling on a ward. Cool Crab. This is technically supportal combat, but a Silas will beat an Amumu just about every time. Hoshiumi, the bandage toss is still up, gets the stun. Cool Crab tries to escape. Banger with the clone going in on the Silas, manages to get the kill. King Silva is on top of them now, though. Hoshiumi is not going to be able to come in and help. All Wukong can do is whack away. Now it's a 2v1. The shutdown goes over to King Civil.
The drag is technically up as well. We might see, maybe, I'm watching him in the mini-map. Meanwhile, we've got a brawl in this top lane once again. But, of course, nothing comes from it.
Yeah, Harmonica God is winning the trade, but is currently down on levels. Sauter does have the Nature's Grasp, and there's no Call of the Forge God, but again, don't expect to see anything out of this top lane. Just don't do it. And in the meantime, Banger has respawned and is making their way down to the bottom side of the map. Delilah is trying to take this dragon, but it goes down much slower. This is a very early dragon, and I believe, yeah, it's a Cloud Dragon, so it's actually fairly difficult to take down right now.
Yeah, it does have the smite up still. There's Banger coming over the wall, though.
Banger goes in. Delilah goes low, has to smite early for health. That means Banger is going to be able to take the dragon as Delilah is on the run, leaving Cool Crab alone in the river with Banger. King Civil is coming forward. Banger, though, gets the kill onto the Troll King. Hypnotic Shruff with the Miasma is able to block off the choke point, but isn't going to be able to get the trade quite yet. King Civil hops on forward to escape from Joker and Hoshiumi, but Joker is just has to walk at them. The strut is paying dividends. The exhaust on King Civil, mainly for the slow. That's one kill. This is going to be two. Both of them going over to the Cassiopeia. Every lane now just about is going to be ahead for the side of Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, the only real difference here is going to be that bot lane. 2 kills, 2 assists versus 4 assists. However, that is a 15 CS lead, which is about half of the CS that they have. Here's the Call of the Forge God looking to pick this up. Delilah is up here, though.
Slaughter had to flash that one out, is going for the recall, though Delilah has arrived. The domain comes through. Harmonic God has to flash. The Pillar of Nature's Grasp should catch. It does indeed. The root comes down. Delilah is going to try to get the kill. Doesn't have the ultimate quite yet, though, and Harmonica God can just dash on out of there with the flash and ult expended.
Yeah, flash and ult burned on both sides there. Delilah doesn't have flash up yet themselves, which is probably why we didn't see it used there. Don't see a reason why they wouldn't have flashed for that, in my opinion. Although they may not have actually been able to close the kill out in the end anyways. Big difference in damage coming in from these junglers right now. Banger doing absolute work every time he hits anything. Meanwhile, kind of looking like some soft slaps coming out of Delilah instead.
Yeah, Trundle not quite at a level to do the damage necessary yet. Right now, one club is bigger than the other. Banger seems to have more signups on the list. And Joker, I mean, on the bottom side, used the bolt time just to clear the wave and force King Civil back and has a full level up on their counterpart.
I have to say it's a lot easier to get somebody to put their name on a solid gold staff than it would be a dirty rock. So that's just my 2 cents in terms of your staff listing.
Yeah, and it looks like that one is on fire, so I think the signature would probably just get burned off pretty quickly anyways. So that said, Delilah, at the very least, did not get killed level 1, so, you take those and you move on with your life.
Do you? Because when they died level 1, they then proceeded to hard carry the rest of the game.
That is
this
true.
time around, no level 1 death. They're 1,000 gold behind.
Maybe that's the secret. You just can't make them angry, and then they won't go like 10, 2, and 5 on you, killing you every time you step out of your base.
It's like the total opposite of tilting, right? It's just flow state.
Yep.
100% flow state.
You just become activated. That said, again, these top laners, again, it's a slap fight right now. This is the most wet noodle fight of wet noodle fights. But once we get into team fights, that's where they're going to be activated. Their ultimates, fairly similar in terms of use. They're not the fastest things in the world. They'll just run at you, but they can be fairly effective at setting up the kills for the rest of your team. Demo, Hypnotic Scruff, the AoE on both of them I mean, if that hits, that's going to be the turn, and then Joker and King Silver are going to get the cleanup. The camera, I love the auto camera, I really do, but it has way too much interest up on this top lane. That said, there's not too much happening elsewhere on the map. Notably, the only jungle camps up are in this, this western quadrant of the jungle, the blue side, blue buff jungle. And right now, nobody is really making any moves to push over there.
Yeah, that being said, there's a lot of moves being made to push down into this bot lane. Delilah looking for the lane gank. Banger clearly sensing it, made his way down here as well. The Amumu ultimate has been picked up by the Cool Crab. Cheeky little step there by Delilah to make sure that he didn't get picked up by the sweeper. Definitely something that they need to be aware of. Hoshiumi making his way out, and this is a great opportunity.
Joker has stepped extremely far forward, has to flash away, but the pillar comes through. Joker can only auto-attack. The exhaust on the King Civil almost gets it done in combination with the bullet time. I like Joker trying to stand their ground, but it didn't quite pan out.
I think that there was a kind of a DPS delay trying to get the assist in for Cool Crab there. Looks like that was the double
curse of the sad mummy, and it actually turns in favor of Dorado Gaming Omega. Both supports end up going golden with the stopwatch, and Cool Crab is going to be the one to fall. That was definitely a sight to see. Hoshiumi getting the better end of that.
How many more times are we going to see that exact same thing with double curse coming down into a situation where someone gets shot by a tower? Because we've seen a lot of that in demo.
The Cyclone isn't up, but does not have the flash, can't get over the wall, falls. Hypnotic Scruff invested the ghost for it, now has 3 kills to 1 on their lane opponent.
This is the moment where I go full dad on everybody and give you a quick educational moment in English conjugation of words. Demo, possibly short form for demolition, in this case short form for demolished.
Yeah, that was not pretty, didn't quite land the stun. That said, because of the backs to go get, go spend their gold, get their items, which, we see two mythics now coming out for Dorado Gaming Omega. That is going to be the second Drake of the game, going over the side of Omega Gaming Obsidian, and King Civil going below half health.
Joker showing exactly why he was where he was previously on in terms of this World Championship. Absolutely beautiful micro right there for any of you that were watching that. Quick little stutter steps in between his auto attacks, putting full use of the strut to ensure that he kept pace with this Tristana all the way through. Does have a boot advantage as well, which really makes that nice, but that is a combination of left click to move, right click to move, right click to attack, or right click to move, A click to attack. But flash blown in the mid lane now for Demo. Hoshiumi doing the most in his roams.
Yeah, this a very active support. Oftentimes pairs up with the jungler. This is, if you want, Omega Gaming Obsidian, they're very active as a team. They have a really high kill percentage. Hoshiumi has, I believe, 67% kill participation on the side of Dorado, which is the highest on the team. So a big facilitator alongside Banger to just make the kills happen, make the plays happen for Dorado. You look to Hoshiumi to make it happen. You look for Joker to get the cleanup. These top laners, at some point, they're going to be able to start getting kills on each other. Now, notably, Harmonica God, while up on CS, is down on total EXP. That could become relevant as we get later into the game. But again, in the 1v1, Harmonica God is slowly but steadily winning out on the overall HP trade. Not that it matters. They're just going to recall and sustain back up and be perfectly fine. But again, Harmonica God has the mythic item right now, where Sauter does not. And in terms of late game scaling, this game seems like it's going to start taking at least a little while. Those Ornn items will be coming in pretty clutch as the game continues.
Exactly. Those Ornn items are really what I'm going to be looking forward to see who he prioritizes. I don't expect it to be himself, but it could be, just the way that things have been going thus far.
Right.
I do have to say the cooldowns are getting to a point where Ornn is really starting to out-harass this Maokai in the top lane. The sustain is not quite enough for the tree. The interesting thing... Oh, no.
Banger goes in, and King Civil goes down. The Curse of the Sad Mummy is burned, and it just doesn't matter. Cool Crab takes the Cyclone of their own, but still gets stunned up. The bullet time chunks them down pretty low as Banger and Hoshiumi take fully charged turret shots. Joker should be able to get most of this tower, if not all of it. There are no more turret plates. Cool Crab and Delilah, they are coming down. They are trying to go in. Cool Crab does hit the chains, and Banger is locked underneath the turret, but not for too long. That was indeed a clone. I got bamboozled. The Herald is dropped. It charges. It slaps Delilah. It actually just slaps a minion. Delilah is trying to get out of there. Banger is on the chase, but Trundle with a little bit of extra move speed gets out of there just in time.
Absolutely love it when casters and players get baited alike in those situations. I'm sure Banger feels the exact same way, using the clone flawlessly for that setup. Got absolutely everybody looking right instead of left, traded out the kill, got the tower. And thankfully for Delilah, able to walk away from that one just with the ultimate burning, keeping the sustain up. I have to say, you pointed out the experience difference in this top lane, and so far, when you take a look at the CS, I mean, that entire differential just comes from the start of Harmonica God spending those couple extra seconds by the red buff.
Right.
That's really what it seems to be. It's those 3 melee minions difference between these two top laners in experience. And it's insane how we're 15 and a half minutes in, and that still matters.
Yeah, that early game matters, folks. If you think it doesn't, this is a good example of it. I mean, that said, the top laners are 0-0 and 0, but there were multiple times where Sauter was pretty weak and had Harmonica God bid in lane, been able to keep even on levels. There's absolutely a world where those results in kills and the game snowballs. But I mean, if you're Dorado, you're not sitting here thinking, oh no, those 3 melee minions, grrr. Because right now you're 10 kills to 5. You got a 3,000 gold lead. You have priority over the Dragon Pit. It spawns in just about a minute. It's Ocean Soul, which you're going to feel pretty good about. And so far, you've had phenomenal neutral objective control of this game. And Omega Gaming Obsidian, they're the ones. It's on them to weasel themselves back into this game, because if they don't find an opening, Dorado's just going to suffocate them out.
Exactly. And overall, I mean, take a look down the board right now. Dorado Gaming isn't just feeling good when they look at the kills. You look at your CS compared to the opponents and everything, and you're feeling fantastic. Every single member, save the mid lane who are going back and forth, is up in CS. You're up double the kills, right? You're equal on objectives. You've got the out of combat movement speed, though, which is wonderful for your team because of all of the CC that you have. So even though, sure, you're not getting in to get this vision around the Drake when there's still 20 seconds left, you're the team that can engage, right? This is exactly what we expected to see. We wanted to see OGO being the one setting up early and making sure they had some control and all of that. On the opposite hand, though, we said, how much will that matter? And we're finally going to find out.
Indeed, Banger goes in, but Sauter's able to get out of there. We see the Ornn ultimate come through. It's answered by the Nature's Grass. Cool Crab has taken the call of the Forge God. That could do a considerable amount of damage, especially now that engage tool from Sauter is gone. Now we need to be careful not to get caught out, but Hoshiumi goes in with the bandage toss into the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and Demo goes down. Demolition down. Sauter tries to keep... Oh no, I can keep calling this, but this is not looking good. Banger goes on a killing spree. Delilah's on the back of the fight. This is messy from OGO. They are split all over the place. They don't even get an option on who to kill. They are choked out already. This will be Dragon number 2 going over to Dorado Gaming. Cool Crab is getting chased down by Hypnotic Scruff. The miasma hits. Cool Crab should be able to get on out of there. Hypnotic Scruff takes a turret shot, and that will be it for the fight. But Dorado, I mean, Omega, it seemed like they were losing their communication. It just didn't seem like it was panning out well.
No, that was entirely a situation of what we said the biggest problem could happen for them happening, right? We said they want to be the ones in there holding it. They want to be holding the choke points and forcing Dorado Gaming to get in and use their CC early. But then we said if Dorado Gaming manages to zone out the Syndra and land a bit of the Amumu CC on her, pop, and there goes the entire fight. There goes all of the zoning. 100% what we saw happening. The Ornn Horn came down. It separated the Syndra out in that top brush, ended up getting caught by the bandage toss into the Curse of the Sad Mummy. And then at that point, I mean, the monkey did what monkeys do in this game. They spun whenever they felt like it, and it was perfect. You know, we saw the counter Ornn Horn, and it didn't matter. It was too late. It got called after the death had already come. Speaking of death,
Joker gets hit by a lot of damage from Demo, but the gameplay button didn't make any plays happen this time. Again, I mean, that will force Joker to back. That was the flash, that was the exhaust. Again, big ultimates or big tools used, but right now nobody's fighting over any neutral objectives. Herald is up, but looks like nobody wants to take it. Baron will be spawning very shortly and consuming the second Shelly, which... farewell to you, my crabby friend, but we only have one crab that's allowed on the rift for now. That's the Cool Crab, and even then, that is only tentative.
well, I mean, we have scuttle crabs too.
That's true. That's true. But I mean, they've already been devoured, dipped in butter. Banger has been just consuming them ravenously.
On a totally different note, but also a similar note, shoutouts to the Scuttle Crab Twitter account. Absolutely love it. One of my favorite things out there. Check it out. It's adorable. The person that runs it is phenomenal. So yeah, definitely go spend a little bit of time checking out some Scuttle Crab memes. In the interim, we've got an Ornn Horn across too.
Harmonica God with a fantastic engage around the flank. The Nature's Grass is going to come in a little bit late to try to deal with it. Delilah goes in, but gets chunked extremely low. Cool Crab is taking Curse of the Sad Mummy. Is a good engage tool as a response, but Demo has had to flash away. Civil has had to flash away. Delilah and Civil both on extremely low health bars. That said, Banger and Harmonica God low as well, but Flash is expended across the board from pretty much everybody on both teams. Cool Crab, the only one with it still up, and looks like Dorado, they want to keep pushing. They're not turning to the Baron yet. TP is coming through. I believe that is from Solder, so the turret won't go down quite yet. Hypnotic Scruff, though, has caught out Delilah on the bottom side. Delilah ticking down slowly but steadily, will not fall quite yet, but did have to invest the ultimate to get out of there.
The W from Delilah with the increased regeneration that comes with it is entirely what saved their life right there. That is champion awareness, knowing that you can use that to get out of there. Hypnotic Scruff, let him walk away probably thinking, yeah, the burn will finish him off with the poison. Nope, ultimately making it out. But the biggest thing here, check out the health bars. Even though people are recalling right now, look at the health bars of Dorado. Why? Because they have that Ocean Drake. Just the extra sustain that comes with it means that these fights that drag out, sure, no one died right off the bat. Health bars were kind of questionable on both sides. They have the upper hand in those situations because they will regen faster passively. It's an absolutely massive differential that a lot of people tend to underplay.
Yep. And again, it's 3% missing health every 5 seconds. Again, once you hit 15 seconds, that's 10% health back. There are a lot of fights that can last for easily 15, 20 seconds, and having to do that extra 100, 200, 500 damage in some cases that is the difference. That is the make or break. And right now, again, with the gold lead racking up as well, nearly 7,000 now for Dorado, they are feeling pretty strong. Their stats overall are just better for the time being. And as we get farther into the game, we'll have to see if King Civil can kind of repeat that game 1 performance, but this time get a mark into the W column. Again, it seemed like the Tristana was good. It seemed like it was working into Joker's misfortune and into what Dorado wanted to do. They didn't get the win. If they don't get the win here and King Civil still pops off, maybe it's the Tristana. Maybe it doesn't quite work. It can get the kills, but maybe not the win, and that's really what you got to find.
Exactly. If you can deal all kinds of damage and pick up all kinds of kills and your team is still losing, that means the other things you're bringing to the table aren't enough, right? It means this, the CC that the rest of your team isn't bringing isn't correct. The mobility or the CC that your champion isn't bringing isn't correct. Or maybe it's just the overall positioning in the earlier sections of the fight isn't correct, right? When you pick the kills up, matters a significant amount. So in this situation, I mean, yeah, we saw King Civil do absolute work on the misfortune, right? We saw King Civil do incredible work in that first game as well. Right now, we see Harmonica God possibly a little caught. Actually, I don't know who's caught out. Doesn't look like anybody in the end. It's two mountains staring at each other. That is an early Ornhorn steal, though.
Yeah, goes ahead and grabs it. The Curse of the Sad Mummy did time out, but the Call of the Forge God, arguably a better ultimate for the Silas. Hypnotic Scruff gets a little damage onto Delilah, but that is the Petrifying Gaze used, and there is a whole minute until that comes back, and the Ocean Drake is already spawned. The Scatter of the Weak hits 3, but doesn't hit anybody into the wall. The cooldown should be back up relatively quickly. Yeah, we still got about 4 or 5 seconds on it, but Dorado, they have priority over the pit right now. Hoshiumi sees them on a ward, will be able to dodge the Nature's Grass. The Ornhorn comes through from Harmonica God, but is rooted down by that Nature's Grass. Hoshiumi comes in from the backside with Curse of the Sad Mummy. Manages to lock down 2, but Demo gets the kill. That's it. Hypnotic Scruff manages to take down the Troll King. Delilah falls, and Joker is starting to pull it through. Starting to pull it out. Banger goes unstoppable. King Civil is on the run, and the Monkey chases him down with the Cyclone, with the Clone. Double kill again for Joker. That's the ace for the side of Dorado. They're going to pick up the Baron and decimate the base.
And on top of that, we now have the Deicide pick or forged in for Wukong here. That is Ornn throwing down yet another one of his items. In that fight, I have to say, we were just talking about, I don't know, maybe the Tristana's not the right pick. Yeah. After that fight, I very much feel that Tristana is not the right pick. Tristana currently sitting on a Kraken Slayer and Lord Dominic's Regard, had basically free fire on everything. The MF ult was interrupted almost instantaneously by Cool Crab with a wonderful Ornhorn of his own right there. Hit, I believe, 3 or 4 members and interrupted the bullet time. And the Tristana just was not dealing enough damage to get through this front line. That is a problem. That is her entire role. The Maokai was sitting on top of Misfortune in that fight. Demo did the whole round. Everything got used as well as Demo could. You know, Delilah stole what they could and was in there. Ultimately, one person died.
Yeah, and notably, Dorado didn't, they went and got the Baron, but they didn't send anybody to solo the Drake. Delilah is here waiting patiently, and Harmonica God is on the top side of the map, mirroring with Sauter. They both have TPs. Both the ultimates are still up. King Civil's Buster Shot is coming up now. Joker with the bullet time, and Hoshi with Curse of the Sad Mummy is not up yet. Currently, Delilah is on the bottom side. You can see on the mini-map with the Drake, and we're seeing the junglers fight. Banger is going to win this one every day of the week. Delilah is caught up in the Cyclone. The ultimate will not save them. They flash for flash, and Banger goes godlike 11, 2, and 6. After Delilah's performance on the Kazakhs, Banger wants to make their name known. They get the kill. They go to Soul Point. They get one inhibitor. They're going to get a tier 2 here as well. They even invest the Oran Horn. Sauter, with the Nature's Grasp, managed to delay Hypnotic Scruff just a little bit and save their own life, but they are still hemorrhaging gold and hemorrhaging objectives.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the team right now. You're 20 kills total, 16 of those on the jungle and mid lane. That is absurd amounts of gold. We're talking the jungle is a 4,000 gold difference alone. This top lane is now a 3,000 gold difference. This mid lane is a 2,000 gold difference. The bot lane is a 2,000 gold difference apiece. Absolutely insane. That game is still going at 26 minutes.
Right, and I will say this feels like it should end relatively quickly, but again, you never know. It ended it ended at around this point in the last game, and Dorado, they have responded with a fairly dominant game of their own as long as they can close it out, right? Again, anything can happen. It's the CCS, it's Platinum. Anything can happen. Joker does manage to get the red buff just barely. Wait.
This is my favorite thing that you've said. It is Platinum. Anything could happen. It's only Platinum.
It's true. It's not that it's only Platinum. It's that these players, they all have the potential to just have absolutely pop off games, right? And they have coordination. They, especially these two teams, they have good macro. But if one player just gets into that flow state like we were talking about, they can and will take over a game.
Yeah, I gotta say, one of the biggest differences we're seeing in this Tristana right now is a lack of attack speed. Right? Like, yeah, you've got two incredible items for what you're firing at, but you're not firing at them fast enough for it to matter.
Right, especially with these double ocean dragons restoring 6% health relatively quickly, and Hoshiyumi, Sauter just can't do any damage even to the Amumu, and Banger is in there as well. Hoshiyumi picks up the kill as well, keeping Banger from that 12 kill mark, but Banger wants to keep going in, still has the Cyclone, but is in the middle of two, can't get past the Trundle Pillar, but just Banger with Joker in the backline to back them up is enough to scare off Obsidian.
Yeah, take a look at Harmonica God just casually walking down mid lane, bringing the wave in, not even coming over to join his team. There he goes. And how does he decide to go towards them? Through the base. He doesn't care. Delilah can't do anything to this Ornn. Oh my gosh.
It just feels like Obsidian don't have the damage right now. The bolt time comes through. It's a little bit far back, so it mostly just chunks down Delilah, but that just doesn't matter when Dorado are taking down the turrets. Harmonica God is briefly unstoppable, gets knocked up. They manage to take down one turret. That is a massive stun coming through from both sides. Sauter tries to go in to keep cleaning things up, but is the first one to fall. Cassiopeia has fallen as well, but that's a triple kill for Joker. Maybe we'll see the Quadra, maybe we'll see the Penta. King Civil is weak. We see Cool Crab has left the game, assuming that it is already over. You hate to see it, but that respawn timer is long. We can see the mental is starting to crumble. King Civil goes down. The Wukong has picked it up. Dorado gaming Omega. The shutdown has come through. The base hasn't fallen quite yet. Moons are here, but no. Dorado are going to take it to 2-1.
The absolute huge difference in the bot lane this time around compared to what we saw other times. But again, all of the eggs in the basket of the jungle. This time around, we saw it on the complete opposite side this time, but still, that is where everything went, and that is where all of the carry came from. The biggest thing that I have to say, because I said, credit to King Civil for what they were doing overall. They did end up with an Infinity Edge, which is wonderful, but at the end of that game, Ornn had 291 armor. Right? So it's no wonder that Tristana wasn't doing any damage. It's no wonder that Delilah wasn't doing any damage. That Ornn was disgustingly defensive.
Right. And Demo did the most damage on their team, but it just wasn't enough. Banger had dare I say it, a banger of a game. And that again, we've seen now both of the junglers go just absolutely supernova, which I mean, you love to see. It shows both teams can pop off. The question is now, I mean, can these teams stabilize? Right now, that's the question. We've seen in these past two games now, one team has gotten an early advantage. In the first game, another team got a huge advantage, but Obsidian in game number 2 got a major advantage fairly early. After that 5-minute mark, Delilah just got a few kills and then snowballed it. Dorado, Banger gets a few kills in the early game, starts to snowball, and Obsidian can't recover. I guess the question now is, will these teams be able to recover after they lose a few kills in that early stage of the game?
More importantly, at what point do you decide to change your bans, right? We have these static bans so far where they're saying you're just not allowed to play your carry. No, like your comfort pick, that one, no, you don't get to do it. In which case they're saying, oh, okay, but look at what else I can do consistently. Now, another huge difference, I have to point this out because of the Maokai being played in the top lane this game versus the support last time. Maokai finished with a ward score of 29 this game. Okay. That is less than 30% of what we saw when it was in the support position because that was not the role. So, what did we see the Maokai do in comparison? Not a whole lot. You know, we saw some great ultimates come out that had some very good lockdowns, some good coverage out of all of that, but ultimately it was not an important pick. It did not influence the game. It kept on top. Wonderful. What did I say at the end? 291 armor on the Ornn, and they were 0-0-0 in lane until like the 20-some minute mark, basically. Yeah. So really, what did it do? Not a whole heck of a lot.
Right. Well, we will have to see. Again, Dorado, they answered the call. They adapted, and they are once again up in the series. Omega Gaming Obsidian, they have picked the blue side this time after losing. We will take a very quick break. We're going to get into game number 4 to see if Dorado can close this one out, or if Omega Gaming Obsidian will send us to Silver Scrapes again for the second time tonight.
Do you remember the 21st night of September? No?
No, it's good. It's good. Yeah, keep
No, it's
going.
not.
Keep going. Keep going. Yeah,
No,
no,
my
keep going.
throat
Keep
hurts
going.
so bad right now because we're
Keep
going
going.
into game 4 of this series. That of course we entirely expect to see game 5 of.
Honestly, we do. Despite how these past 2 games have gone, I think game number 1 was a much better indicator of what we expected this series to be. But these past 2 games have been stomps from either side. That means they're probably pretty even. But again, welcome back. If you are just joining, that was a wonderful rendition of the first part of 21st Night of September by
Bye.
Oshidash. By I'm not gonna
Bye.
say it. I can't look. I'm not kidding. I know their name. You're gonna shame me. I cannot remember the name. I know the name. Earth, Wind, and Fire. There we go. Earth, Wind, and Fire.
You were concerned it was Jamiroquai and you wouldn't pronounce it right.
No, I wasn't. I literally couldn't remember the name. I was like, I know it. I can't remember. I'm terrible with names. You know me. But again, I am Thunder. That is Oshi. We are getting into game number 4. Omega Gaming Obsidian just dropped game number 3 in the last one. We're back into the picks and the bans. Oshi called for some changes in the pick ban phase. Omega Gaming Obsidian made the first adjustment by finally swapping over to the blue side for the first time in the series. They've banned the Hecarim, they've banned the Amumu out. Dorado, they've banned out the Kayn. They've banned out the GP. Obsidian banned that last time. Dorado has, made the same assessment. All right, we just can't let them first pick this.
Yeah, definitely. It's such a strong champion. What we saw it do in the one game that it did get played, or any other game that we have seen it be played in the CCS, has done wonderfully. So definitely respect banning it, considering you can't first pick it yourselves. It really is a red side ban kind of champion. There goes the Maokai again. I really don't think that is worthy of a ban, right?
Hey, maybe they're scared of it for Dorado. It didn't look great in Obsidian's hands, but for Dorado, it was pretty good.
There's a
that's
big
the
ban.
Misfortune ban. Yeah, that's
huge.
I believe that's been first picked on, if it wasn't first pick for blue side, it was first pick for red side every game this series. And so now it is taken out. And Obsidian, Dorado, they've been banning the Graves, but they dropped it for the MF and the GP this time. And that is picked up, almost certainly going into the hands of Delilah.
Yeah, you had to choose between banning the pirate or the pirate hunter, and this time around they chose the hunter and have to deal with the shotgun, but that leaves the Diana too.
That does leave the Diana up. Again, these were both banned by Dorado. They've left them both open now. This would go into the hands of Stunna, aka Banger. We love the alt accounts. You love to see it. Definitely is not confusing for us as casters or for any of you watching. Absolutely not. But again, in theory, it could also go into the mid lane for Hypnotic Scruff. That's Tom Kench.
Oh, yep.
The Kench has been unbenched.
We have unclogged the frog.
We've unclogged the frog. We
have unloaded the toad.
We have unloaded the toad, uninhibited the ribbit.
Yep. All of them are done. Yep.
There's got to be there's 2 more. I think there's 2 more. There's got to be one with
isn't
fish.
it like
I can't remember.
unhitch the catfish?
I think that I don't know if that was
a really bad one.
I don't think it was in the copy pasta, but I think that should have been. That said, Obsidian have picked up the Rakan again. Looked pretty good for Cool Crab in the game that they picked it up before. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if they're as bamboozled by this Kench pickup as we are.
Honestly, I think this is probably a very well researched and very well studied pick coming out of Hoshiumi.
Right.
I very much expect a decent rotation between aggressive and defensive gameplay coming out of it. It's a decent tank.
That's a singed.
That's a blind singed.
I'm imagining, Oshi, that what's the singed Tom Kench top lane matchup like? Because the singe is 100% going into the hands of Sauter.
I mean, if you're playing, I was assuming Kench was going support. That's my entire. I don't know why you would think Kench would go top lane in this meta at all.
Look, I don't know. It's Harmonica God. Okay, no, that's okay. If that Jinx gets picked, 100% that is Kench support. So
I love that lane.
Yep, that is a good one. And I guess, talk about this Singe top a little bit, because I don't think there's anywhere else that it's gonna go. What happens when you blind it? What's gonna get picked into this?
Tryndamere. If I'm making a pick on this, right? Take a look at the way that Singed wants to play, the things that Singed wants to do. You're going to take a look at the split push that's going to come a little later on. You want something that is basically going to be able to just ignore it entirely, right? Vein ban, yep. That's an interesting one. A lot of people are going to have questions about that. If you take a look at the Kent's Jinx lane, you definitely do not want to Vein into that. Very good shutdown champion into those. Yeah, okay. So banning the Yasuo makes sense when you take a look at the comp. Diana, big AoE knockup. Tom Kench, also an AoE knockup. Don't want to let the Wombo combo through on that. I don't know how targeted that is. We haven't seen a Yasuo really be played too much. But again, it just makes sense logically.
Right. And you want to I will say, I mean, if you're Dorado, honestly, I think you do that as not necessarily a bait, but just seeing if they will actually ban it out, because again, Hypnotic Scruff is more than happy to play some of these weirder picks in the mid lane. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Diana get pulled into the mid lane there. We see the Caitlyn ban as well for Dorado. They're just trying to get rid of any potential bad matchups that this Jinx Kench lane will have. They already know that the Rakan is going into the support. That said, Xayah is still a potential option. The lovers duo in the bot lane could be a potential answer. Gives that kind of just safety net that the Kench gives the Jinx with the Devour. We see the Cassiopeia ban as well, not letting Scruff get that in the mid lane. So now, if you're a Dorado, I think this is where you decide, are you going to pick? I mean, you can just pick your top laner into Singed, and you still have, in theory, your mid lane as your counter pick.
Which I think is the correct way to be going right now. Basically, without question, take a pick into the Singed. I mean, first off, Vayne into Singed wouldn't have been bad, but not an option, clearly. Aatrox still up as well. Darius is a great pick into the Singed too. Again, what I was saying is you want someone that can ignore the Singed, right? Someone that's going to have sustain and some CC as well. Because you're late game, that Singed is just going to be running down lane with Q on. That's their whole purpose, is to distract you. So you want someone who doesn't care and can just do it back, and ultimately can just outpush the Singed eventually. You're not going to be killing the Singed if they get to 3 items.
Exactly. And I mean, Darius along with a Jinx are two options that can just take over a game. So Harmonica God on this rather scary Dairy pick. That is a Sivir pick up. So we got a Sivir Rakan bot lane. We were talking about pizza delivery Sivir previously before the cast. So
tell them why.
Because our wonderful producer was going to get a went to pick up a pizza, and Oshi asked me if I had seen the crossplay, and I assumed that meant he was talking about League of Legends coming to Xbox. But I'm sure you can figure it out. But that's a Heimerdinger.
That's going to be a Heimer in the mid lane at this point in time. What do you want to take to counter that? Go high DPS mid. You don't want to play an assassin here, right? Anything that can really use and abuse either the turrets or just kind of the overall lack of anything that comes with Heimerdinger. Heimerdinger and Singed is a push. This is a hard push entire draft, right? So I just got jumped on by a cat. That's why I'm looking everywhere. Okay. That is a shutdown to Heimerdinger. If it comes down to the later game, there's nothing that little Yordle is going to be able to do against the Dark Maw that is Veigar.
How do you beat the smartest Yordle to ever exist with the most evil Yordle to ever exist? Quite frankly, we'll see if that ends up working, though. I will say these drafts. Normally, we've had some flexible picks for our drafts. We see our furry friend get brought up over in Oshi's camera. Say hello for the cat. If y'all have cat jams, you might as well just throw them out now. But I mean, overall, these drafts, they feel pretty set in stone. Notably, again, there's been multiple things for us to talk about, but Delilah on this Graves, we saw them carry game number 2. This is a pick that Dorado has not wanted them to have. So do we think that this was their answer? Do we think that they crafted this answer for the Graves since they left it up? Or was maybe they're just, all right, let's let them have it and see what they're going to do? Because again, this is Diana into Graves. I'm not really sure how well that's going to work without something like that Yasuo to bring in the combo.
Yeah, in the mid to late game, it's going to be incredible. But once again, we're kind of seeing like that Diana pick is much more of a team pick, right? It's for the team fights later on in the game. It's not necessarily for that heads up battle that's going to come in. And ultimately, Diana can just kind of walk away at some point.
Right.
So it's kind of 50-50 on how it's going to go. Both of them have a dive. Both of them have, auto resets of some form or another. Through the dashes rather. So it's kind of interesting. The gameplay is similar for them overall. Obviously, we know that we have the Kench Jinx in this bot lane going into the Khan Sivir. It's going to be a very tough lane for Jinx, without question. It's going to be a very defensive gameplay, or going to have to be very defensive gameplay for them, just because the Sivir's going to outpush them the whole time. Rakan's going to look for a lot of dives and harass, because the Rakan CC comes out a lot faster than the Tahm Kench CC does. Right? This top lane is going to be dull. You're probably going to singed proxy farm at like level 3. That's what I would be doing, right? That's the whole reason you play Singed, is because you don't want to play top lane anymore. And you know what? I respect it, because top lane has not been going in his favor too strongly. Like, Sauter's a phenomenal player, but my goodness, Harmonica God has definitely put moves on him in every game so far. Outside of the gang, well, even including the gangplank did decently well for a long time. Just not long enough, really.
Like, you just don't run underneath the turret and take 4 turret shots.
3
and
times.
You'll probably be all right as long as you don't do that. But again, Harmonica got another axe in their hands, so we'll see if they can put the work into it. I do want to ask, again, whichever team has been able to get and snowball their early game leads, not just get 1 kill and then wait for 5 or 6 minutes before trying to make something happen, but get a kill, get 2 or 3, and then immediately translate that to other areas on the map. That's been the team that has won these past 2 games. And so who do you think, like, who are you looking for kind of on each team to kind of make those initial plays, make those initial pushes to get them kind of snowballing really like around that 10-minute mark? It seems where it seems to be most important right now.
The same place that we've been looking the whole time. Junglers. Hands down looking at the junglers. Neither of these junglers necessarily need level 6 to get any kind of good ganks off. Graves comes built in with great CC. Diana comes, with great damage, not CC. Diana comes built in with a great mobility and damage tied into that as well. Both teams, all of the lanes have their own CC, which is something we have not really seen. When you take a look at the Olaf at Gangplank, no CC, kind of slow-ish there, but that's it. So this time around, we've got knockups, we've got flips, we've got stuns, we've got pulls, right? But once again, if it comes down to that chokehold kind of fight, we're going to be looking at Scruff this time to really lock that down with the baby cage, hold him out there, kind of get everything the way that they want it to be. And it's going to be all about delays, because Omega Gaming Obsidian is going to be pushing the ever-loving heck out of every single lane.
Well, we will be getting into game number 4 in just a couple of minutes to see who will be able to get the push and who will be able to take home this game. If Dorado do so, that will send Obsidian down to the lower bracket, where they will be meeting CB Rush. Again, this is not an elimination game, but this is the winners finals. Whoever gets this goes on into the Wednesday Grand Finals. The winner of the Wednesday Grand Finals will face the winner of the Thursday Grand Finals. We have plenty more content for the CCS. I believe it's like another 4 weeks worth of streams and games that we're going to be having. So make sure you grab your popcorn, that you're ready Wednesdays and Thursdays. But again, we are not done yet. So before our season is done, by the way, Oshi, who should everybody in chat check out?
Well, it really kind of depends, right? If you're feeling really good about yourself, but maybe not the rest of your team, or you're just not sure how to close out certain games, definitely want to be checking out ProComps.
Of course. The all-in-one drafting tool that you can use both professionally and casually to help your drafts, to help your analysis, give you some gameplay notes. And you can use it, again, if you're a player or a coach, use code CCS to check out for 50% off. But, Oshi, if you're more solo style, who should you be checking out? If you're trying to just improve yourself on a personal level, what should you be looking for?
On a personal level, regardless of what game it is that you're going to be looking at, you really want to make sure that you check out Medify, right? That's really the number one site to go to find any and all gaming coaches. It's going to be players, you're going to get coaches, you're going to get analysts similar to myself. I'm not on there, but similar to myself, probably better at the game than I am, who are going to be able to help you figure out where your weaknesses are and help you improve as an individual player, which ultimately will benefit your team as well. We have a code for that one as well. You can use CCS10, I believe it is, at checkout for 10% off.
Yes, sir.
And
Oshi, nobody can be better than you. But hey, of course, maybe our viewers one day can be with enough coaching and enough practice with pro comps. But we will have to see who gets the better of each other in this game. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Stay in those seats.
Everybody panic. Hold on. I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser. Always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Summoner's Rift for game number 4 between Dorado Gaming Omega and Omega Gaming Obsidian. Omega Gaming Obsidian are on the blue side this time around. They lost game number 3. They decided to finally swap it up. And I will say, we have some great skins. We got Dunkmaster Darius, we got Beekeeper Singed, we got Alien Invader Heimer, and we do indeed have Pizza Delivery Sivir. So skin game on point for everybody this time around, Oshi.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things to go, kind of check out, see how everybody feels, because also it can kind of tell you the experience that they have on the champion, right? I mean, skin buffs are a real thing. If you have dope skin, you're gonna feel awesome when you're playing your champ. So that alone is always something worth checking out. But again, if somebody has a really, really, really good skin, then they spend a lot of time on that champion. So that's just kind of something to pay attention to. And for me, the Alien Invader Heimerdinger, that's my personal skin that I use on Heimerdinger myself. So it really says, hey, keep your eyes open. This is probably a pretty big pocket.
Yeah, and Harmonica God? Ooh. Okay, I thought we were gonna see something maybe a little bit creative there, but that app brand isn't gonna be doing it too much anytime soon. Now, notably, we didn't get any level 1 invades from either side. Or, well, actually, no, that is a lie. Harmonica God did just walk straight into the blue side jungle of Obsidian and place a ward. But other than that, there wasn't, we did not see any 4-man rush into the red side jungle. Cool Crab is getting in onto Joker, winning the HP trade. But, I mean, it's just supports just duking it out with the ADCs as the ADCs just patiently try to farm for now. So again, I think as this goes on, Cool Crab definitely has the better engage. We're just gonna have to see how that Devour works with Hoshiumi, but for the time being, Dorado's bot lane are the first one to hit level 2, and they get the push for the time being.
Yeah, the major difference in this lane is that that Devour is no longer just kind of a a nice, short, simple cooldown. That is the ultimate in order to use it now. It's not so straightforward. So really, it's going to be the knock-up v knock-up. How well can Hoshiumi land these abysmal voyages? Or abysmal
Abyssal dives.
Abyssal dives, thank you. I think it used to be Voyage when it was his ultimate.
Yes.
But yeah, so how well can he land the counter knock-up? Meanwhile, in this top lane, how long can Sauter really hold out in lane against Harmonica God versus at what point does he start simply trying to proxy? And then how can Banger counteract that on this Diana, who's now looking for a push into the enemy blue buff?
A little bit of an invade. I think that ward timed out on Delilah, but they should have known that the Graves was on the bottom side of the map, and Banger is getting a little bit of the better of this trade for the time being. Delilah goes with the smite. Basically, outduels Delilah or outduels Banger on the smite. Steel Banger has to smite the Gromp for health and flash over the wall to escape. Harmonica God flashes in, forces Delilah's flash as well. We got 3 men up on this side of the jungle for either team, but the first blood goes over to the Graves. Hypnotic Shroud throws down the cage, gets a stun onto Demo, but isn't going to be able to get a kill. The invade fails, and the kill goes over to Delilah on the Graves.
100% where you did not want First Blood to go. We were saying it when they were getting banned that this Graves is a devastating pick for Delilah. That is an early flash blown down there as well. That is the danger of fighting against a Rakan. So much utility, so much CC, and Joker on this Jinx. I mean, Jinx is an incredible hyper carry, but you've got no mobility of your own, and you really don't have that early game force that Misfortune brings along. So definitely going to have to, kind of wait out a little bit for Dorado Gaming to get into the mid and later stages for this composition to come together.
Right, and Harmonica God gets left in the middle of the minion wave, and Sauter is just pushing towards the turret, and this is now where Harmonica God just won't be able to catch Sauter, right? Will not be able to keep up with this Singe, not in terms of CS, but literally just in terms of feet on the ground, even once those boots get leveled up, and Sauter with the assist money should be able to get, a pretty good chunk of change once they back. Hoshiumi and Joker, they are continuing the push pretty aggressively on the bottom side of the map. They actually have an over 10 CS lead. It'll be slightly mitigated. It'll be about a wave and a half total by the time that this one gets eaten up. And I mean, right now, the First Blood Gold is really the only difference between the teams at the moment. Dragon has spawned, and again, Joker and Hoshiumi, they had prio over the river, but they backed. As soon as they get back to lane, I wouldn't be surprised to see them and Banger start pushing over towards this Dragon.
Yeah, definitely going to be the next step for them. Without question, Delilah, you notice, is actually on the top side of the map taking wolves right now. If she decides to come back down, then it'll get a little interesting in the drag area. But should Dorado Gaming decide to just push this bot lane out and then get the vision, it should be a fairly easy Drake pickup for them, especially if Hypnotic Scruff comes down with the cage. I see him sitting on that tier, so, the mana may look low, but it's not as bad as it could be. I just kind of taking a look around at how everything is. Harmonica God doing exactly what you have to do in a lane against a Singe. Freeze it. Sit on it. Be happy with it. There's the dive.
Hoshiumi with the engage forces the flash out of Demo. Delilah and Cool Crab were here to try to counter it. Banger sees them over the wall with the control ward, which was, pretty conspicuously just left out in the open. But flash forced a successful gank from Hoshiumi, leaves the ADCs down in the bot lane to duke it out on their own. And for the time being, that does give a little bit of river prior to Hoshiumi. But again, nobody is targeting the Drake, and yeah, maybe we shouldn't be too surprised. The Drake is pretty tanky. It is the Mountain Dragon, the hardest one to take down these days. But again, both teams have prioritized that very heavily.
Yeah, and we don't really have anybody who's doing that massive damage to monsters just yet, right? These bot lanes, they don't have the Kraken Slayers in their inventory. There's nobody with percent base damage, right? We don't have a Callista or anything of the sort. Cool Crab just being mean to Hoshiyumi right there. It's almost like uncalled for aggression. Everybody's kind of happy just farming out. Hoshiyumi's like going up.
Yep, just you got to establish the supportal dominance. Even if you're getting pushed in, even if your ADC has less CS, you know who the better support is. Sauter actually running forward. I think Sauter was trying to potentially catch at the back for Harmonica God, but Harmonica God smartly pushed down into the bottom brush and actually did not complete the back. So still only rocking the Doran's shield plus the boots, and has a fair amount of gold right now to spend. Yeah, 1,300, so should be able to get a pretty helpful laning item, but wants to prevent Sauter from doing it too much. The Apprehend comes through, but Harmonica God not going to be able to do too much damage, I don't think, and gets flipped over, and Sauter just runs once again safely underneath the turret as Harmonica God levels up.
For those of you who aren't that familiar with Singed or really aren't too sure what's going on in this top lane, I'm going to take a second to let you know Singed obviously trails up Poison behind him, but one of the biggest early game items is exactly what he already has, the Corrupting Potion, right? Corrupting Potion already deals additional burn damage. It deals 15 magic damage to enemies, 20 if you cannot gain mana, which means if Singed actually runs his mana pool all the way out, will be dealing additional damage in that situation too, I believe, or sorry, his full mana rather. So he really doesn't want to be on this side of Harmonica God at any point in time. He wants Harmonica God to be following him all the way, all the time, and that simply is not happening because Harmonica God knows the matchup and is playing it incredibly well.
Right, this Darius was picked into the Singed, so again, when you pick something into, any matchup, even if on paper, I'm not saying that this is an on-paper losing matchup for Darius, but even if on paper it is a losing matchup and you pick it into it, you should probably be expected to do pretty well. Now, Harmonica God is slipped underneath the turret, does take a couple of tower shots, and I just shouldn't have said anything. At the end of this season, we have to get a clip of every time Oshi and Thunder cast or cursed anybody, because it's going to be a lot.
So this is the downfall. Oh no, speaking of downfall.
Hoshiyumi does have the gray health that they can proc. Banger is up here on the top side, flashes in, even the Moonfall comes in, gets the revenge kill, felt a little aggressive, but hey, you gotta get blood back for the top laner.
That was like a point-blank dive. I absolutely adore that, but that is how you play it safe when both you and your opponent have the flash. If you can blow it fast and get in there, then, it's a guaranteed kill, right? Mm-hmm. And you know what? 300 gold is 300 gold. That's the best way to look at that. Harmonica God fell prey to the #1 Singed play. It's every Singed character or Singed player loves to do it, where you're just barely keeping the wave out of tower range, and they decide that they want to step up a little too far, so you flip them in, and now they're tanking tower. And if you get it properly, if you flip someone onto your puddle, they are snared. They will stay there for at least 3 tower shots. So it happened to be, and so it went. That was ultimately Harmonica God's demise there. Watch right here. There it is. Takes a tower shot.
Yeah, wasn't quite as far up, but there is no banger to bail them out this time. So again, Harmonica God just has to be careful. And this is what you're talking about. Sauter is just going to wait until Harmonica God tries to push forward, and this Darius, again, is up about 20 CS, but has not been able to extend this CS lead. Sauter keeping the wave just exactly as you said, outside of turret range, trying to keep that freeze going. Harmonica God trying to shove it in as best they can, and Cool Crab is waiting around in the mid lane for now. I will say, I don't think I've ever seen our auto cam have as much focus on the top lane as it has in this series, and it hasn't even been that action-packed.
No, but the biggest thing is that the other side of that is I don't think we've ever had a series where Dragon has still been up at 10.5 minutes, 11 minutes.
Right.
The first dragon. Normally we see the second dragon spawning right now, but instead this Mountain Drake just sitting there. And quite frankly, Mountain Drake could be great on both teams here.
Right.
And I think that's the concern. It isn't that neither of them aren't prioritizing it. It's both of them are afraid to lose it.
Right. Neither one wants to scrap. Neither one really wants to lose that early game objective, early game fight, as we were saying, because either team can really snowball. The gold is dead even right now. Again, even with that first blood, even with that kill advantage on Delilah, the farm for Dorado has consistently been better throughout this series and remains so in this game. Whoever takes the next team fight could definitely be pretty big. Notably, Delilah did get first Herald, so wherever that drops will help open up the map a little bit. So far, we haven't really seen anything out of Demo and Hypnotic Scruff. They are both just kind of scaling up. They both are the first to their mythics. They've just been diligently farming as mid laners should do and clearing out these, clearing out the wards. I think we had a flash forced out of Demo and nothing else really came out of it.
So I'm very amused at the moment because chat saw it, and chat is claiming no one saw it, but you didn't see it, and I love it. Delilah ulted Tribrush for no reason.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to check. Sometimes you just have to check.
Just dropped it because they felt like it, and that's going to be on cooldown for a little bit. It's already halfway back up. Scruff forced to flash out there. Demo ultimate is down for now, but we do have a Drake started up.
Yeah, we will say again, notably, no ultimate on Delilah, so if the turn wants to come in, it absolutely can. Sauter might try to stop the back here. No, doesn't, but top laners just duke it out. Sauter with the Summoner Spellbook has swapped from the TP over to the Ghost, is running down to the bottom side. Hoshiumi and Joker want this fight, apparently, as does Banger. It's a 4v3 right now. The mid laners are on their way. Actually, Hypnotic Scruff is on their way specifically. The cage comes down, the root comes in. King Sybil takes a ton of damage and goes boom. That's mid lane and ADC fallen. That's support as well. Delilah, one more auto attack will do it as Joker gets excited. Sauter arrives. It's too little, too late. Harmonica God doesn't even need to do anything. Will just take plates on the top side. 4-0, save for the Drake. Dorado are feeling good.
Graves just picked up a Gore Drinker to just kind of get himself a little bit of sustain. I don't think it would have helped him very much in that fight. Getting kills on not just Joker as a player, but Jinx as your hyper carry is so important in this game.
Right.
Don't do it, Scruff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Walk away.
Good. Everfrost. Everfrost saves the day.
Everfrost saves the day. That ward picks up Cool Crab, so he knows for sure to be more careful. But big respect to Harmonica God there. As you mentioned, actually canceled his recall when he saw Sauter moving downward. Sauter didn't even pressure him into it. He opted to do it himself, picked up a ton of farm and a ton of plates. He is only 600 gold up due to the kill that Sauter got. And the assist as well, but I mean 30 CS ahead. It's gonna turn into a pretty big difference if he can keep this up.
Right, does already have the Trinity Force as well. Of course, Demo and Delilah, they've picked up their mythic items, so these item differentials will definitely make a difference in total. That's why they're called differentials, but we'll have to see if Harmonica God and Banger can keep this top lane pressure rolling. It looks like they're actually trying to collapse onto Sauter for now, but again, Singed is pretty slippery. It's hard to keep track of it, and the Beekeeper throwing down the Honey. Banger can't really follow up on it. Harmonica God gets flipped underneath the tower. An Auction Guillotine doesn't quite get the kill. The Hemorrhage stacks are coming through, and the bleed takes him down. Harmonica God with the revenge kill.
Each stack is 5. Never mind.
Delilah might be able to get the kill here. The collateral damage doesn't quite get it. The Abyssal Dive is canceled. Hoshiumi has to flash backwards. Joker's trying to get a kill, but that's a double for King Civil, getting the shutdown onto his opposing ADC.
Cool Crab showing why Rakan is generally picked a little more often than the Catfish right there. Absolutely sliding the charm through the gills and just saying no back for you. I mean, Hoshiumi did everything right there, right? Did absolutely everything he could to save himself and his AD carry. Ultimately cost him his life because of nothing more than incredible Rakan gameplay. That charm just poking right through, saying no. And here we are with a Jinx that now has a Kraken Slayer on their side. But you look at the top lane, that Rylai's Crystal Scepter was the first buy from the Singed, which is incredibly important because now you're really not going to catch him.
Right. This is, again, slippery. And now, even if you do get your hands on them, they're not going to stay on for long. Again, this singe is not covered in honey. This singe is covered in just like aerogel. Like you're not touching this guy. So, but I mean, that said, for Harmonica God, once Harmonica God, I think, comes to these team fights, it should be pretty nasty. We see Harold dropped in the bottom side of the map. Banger pick up the second one, and that will take down the tier 1 on the bot side, unless Joker can get it down in time. No, Joker, okay, does actually manage to do it. That was a very calculated from Joker. Got me a little nervous for a second, but they're keeping Shelly nice and healthy, so should be able to get a second charge down here on the bottom side. The knockup comes through and is just standing there. The eye gets procced, and looks like it didn't matter in the end. The second dragon should be spawning in just under a minute, and Dorado, oh my god, they are the ones that are going to pick up the second one. Looks most likely, unless they decide, okay, you know what? I say it every time. They set up around the dragon, and they just walk away from the river every time.
Yeah, of course. It's the CCS. What do you expect? Abysmal Dive does go into the mid lane. Demo in a bit of a pinch here.
Does have to throw down the ultimate. Gets a root. That's a ton of damage. Demo goes golden. The Super Mega Death Rocket goes right through, and Delilah takes down Hoshi Yumi. The knockback on Harmonica God. The Darius can't do a thing. The Nocturne has to flash out of their own cage. Banger is on the back side, waiting patiently to try to get a flank here, to try to make any damage happen. Joker is still here, free firing. The cool crab puts down a control ward. Banger has to run. These are 4 members that are going to be able to chase them down. Sauter sees the control ward themselves and can't continue on the chase. Jinx is trying to clear out the wave, but it won't quite happen. The turret goes down anyways. Dragon is going to be spawning in less than 2 seconds. Harmonica God down still for another 10. Banger is waiting patiently. Delilah gets chunked out. We see the Moonfall come down. Not just yet. That is Delilah down. Banger is the jungler that is still alive for the dragon to spawn.
Respect for saving the Moonfall on that right there, just in case. That is calculated damage. Banger knowing exactly what was going to be coming through to ensure that that death was secured, or rather that kill was secured.
Right.
And in the end, you still have the Moonfall in case his team wants to follow up, which is a lot of CC and a lot of damage that you just kept in your pocket. It's not on cooldown now. And as you said, there goes the Drake because he was the one that was still alive. Joker free-fired in that backline for most of that fight. It didn't really look like he was doing too much, but you know what? It was enough, right?
Yes.
Sure. Kills got picked up on both sides, or on the one side. Drake got picked up on the other side. Banger was able to clean up Delilah in the end, but not the best overall fight for Dorado.
Yeah, they have a minor. It's not even a minor gold lead. They have a 2,500 gold lead, which is pretty significant. Most of that 1.3k is on Harmonica God in the top side, who just like really kind of died very quickly in that team fight. Wasn't able to have too much of an impact. We see didn't even get a single assist. That was mostly Banger and Joker that were able to turn it around. But I think as we progress, we're starting to see some items come through. Nashor's Tooth for Banger is the first item, and we're seeing Kraken Slayers on both ADCs, which is interesting. I mean, King Civil should be able to we'll be able to lay down quite a bit of pain, but there's not too much bulk to deal with on the side of Dorado. But overall, we're starting to see the 1-3-1 really come into effect for both sides now.
Yeah, I feel like the Kraken Slayer on the side of King Civil is really just for the attack speed bonus that comes out of the other items that you finish.
Right.
Because really that's a huge thing for Sivir, right? The higher your attack speed in tandem with your ultimate, you're able to chase people down very easily. There isn't really a whole lot that anything else would give. I mean, Shield Bow, I guess, but you only have maybe the Diana diving you. If you get caught in the baby cage with your E down, then that's kind of your own fault at that point in time. So,
right.
You don't really have to worry about getting that shield to keep yourself alive. You don't need the movement speed that you're going to get from the one I always forget the name of. Gale Force, thank you.
I always forget it too. I got it that time.
So, you don't need the movement speed that you get from the Gale Force. The dive doesn't really help you in too many situations here. That your E doesn't also get you out of, or that Rakan shouldn't get you out of. Right. So it isn't necessarily a bot. Oh, that Hurricane doing work. Yeah,
dealing a fair amount of damage, but still all fine in the mid lane for now.
Yeah, the Hurricane is I like to see it as a nice pickup counter to the Sivir W, right? Now, the Ricochet, it clears everything nice and quick and easy, so now Jinx just gets to do the exact same thing. Yeah. It's also going to be very prominent in team fights, especially when you have multiple chunky targets that you're going to have to chew through. When you've got that Kraken Slayer, it's going to be applied to it. Uh-oh, Delilah.
Ooh, Delilah. The Hex Gates allow Banger to come in the Devour as well. Delilah has to flash out, narrowly managed to get over the cage. get out safely. But again, that flash invested, a big team fight tool will not be up for the next dragon. It'll be relatively close.
Banger has killer attack speed due to this Gnasher's Tooth right now, something I had
Right.
not seen just yet. I did not know that it stacked up that fast.
It goes quickly. 50% attack speed. That's a lot of attack speed, and now he's picked up the Sunfire Aegis. Banger knows that their job is going to be go in and just tank things up. They are the engage right now. Hoshiyumi on the Tahm Kench. The more of the tanky role, more of an additional summoner spell for Joker. Has some engage, but that is all going to be on Banger. Delilah may be caught out, has to dash away. Luckily, didn't get caught in the chompers, but is being very, very aggressive and is only narrowly escaping any possible punishment. Notably, Hypnotic Scruff has now just finished the death cap with 1 minute to go until the dragon spawns.
Yeah, I gotta check this just so that everybody gets to know. That is a 711 AP Vigar right now, in case you were curious. That when you compare that to Demo, who's currently at 212.
Right. Yeah.
It's the ultimate is max the primordial burst is maxing out at 1568 damage, which is no big deal. It's only going to keep going up from there anyways.
Yeah. Does minimum 786. So, it just will kill Cool Grab from half. Now, notably, Hoshiyumi does need to be careful. They just popped the Blast Plant, so it's going to have some difficulty getting away. Again, these Hex Gates are allowing Dorado really to have more access across the map. The Abyssal Dive doesn't hit, but Delilah gets locked up anyways without the flash. Does fall. 22 seconds on the dragon to spawn. Delilah 36 to come back to life. Banger has to flash out themselves and is ticking down. Both junglers will have fallen, but we get the trade on to Demo. The ignite, or the additional burn damage from the Leandries is what managed to save it. Harmonica God going in underneath the turret again. Noxian Guillotine managed to chop down 1.5. UBC Sauter does manage to take down Hoshiyumi, and again, Harmonica God taking the tower shots, but that is the ace for Dorado. They have 3 left alive. They're going to be getting these tier 2s. I'm sure they're going to turn towards the dragon, but who knows? They never do what I think they will.
Full Michael Jordan top lane at the moment. Dunks on dunks on dunks in that fight, picking up kills, picking up assists, cleaning house once he came down. And that's what you called for earlier on. You said once Harmonica God gets involved in these fights, we're going to see the difference in this top lane. I mean, Sauter was last alive, don't get me wrong, but I believe he was the last one into the party as well. And what did he end up doing? He kind of ran towards Joker and then got caught in a baby cage, which is exactly why you play Vigar into champions that have to just walk at you. You get to just say, no, you don't. So, and Harmonica God, I mean, he might be overstaying his welcome right here. Drake is up. It looks like Joker solo, or starting to solo it anyways at the moment. Does have plenty of damage to cut through that. We might see we're going to see an early Baron come in. I love this. Absolutely love this play when you have a Heimerdinger on your side. Look at the damage being done.
Yeah, they are going to see it. That is the dragon that has fallen. Harmonica God is going in for the steal, does not get it, and goes in only to die. Hoshiyumi and Hypnotic Scruff, they're going to try to make something happen here. The knockup comes in onto King Civil, and the Primordial Burst takes down 2. They just go pop. King Civil falls as well. Demo and Sauter have to run. Sauter doesn't even run. Sauter's on the bottom side of the map. Does have the Baron buff. That's only 2 left wearing purple, but it is your side laners.
The combo between the cage stun and the dive was gorgeous. Absolutely phenomenal. I have no idea where they went. The two players that got caught in that stun vanished before my eyes. Wonderful play, wonderful setup. Still 2 members with that Baron alive at the moment. But I mean, we're looking at inhibs being pressured. Otherwise, Scruff in trouble.
Does have the flash, does still have the Medjais, and the additional movement speed from that could be what saves them. Sauter gets chunked down considerably low. Again, the cage is there, and Scruff, again, the Medjai's movement speed is key in helping the little Yordle escape.
So he has actually maxed the stun second. I was curious as to why that cooldown was so low. Maxed Q first, maxed the E second, so that is only on a 7.9 second cooldown. In case you were curious. And I do believe that cooldown starts at cast, not at dissipation. So the cage lasts for 3 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's basically a 4-second cooldown.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, Hypnotic Scruff is again performing in this series. And again, reminder, Dorado, if they win this, that's 4 games. They send us home. They send everybody home for the night. And they send Obsidian down to the lower bracket again to face CB Rush. Demo and King Civil, they've set up a little bit of a trap play, but it's on to Hoshiumi. That is a very hard champion to kill. Doesn't get the dive, and Banger is now stuck in the middle, but that is a Diana. The Moonfall comes through, and again, the Primordial Burst makes them go boom. In the meantime, Harmonica God on the bottom side takes down Delilah 1v1. Dorado Gaming Omega, they have an 8,000 gold lead. They're pushing in on the turrets. It's only Demo and Cool Crab left to defend the base. I expect at least an inhib.
Where did they go? Hypnotic Scruff playing out of his mind. Banger buying all the time in the world with that Moonfall and the stopwatch. I mean, okay. Goodbye. Like, you have a Vinegar that you left alone in mid lane to farm to his heart's content. He's currently sitting at 1150 AP. Okay? Like, I mean, his W is only level 3 and it does 1300 damage. That's AoE 1300 damage. His Q is maxed out and does 930. QW combo on one target is doing 2200 damage. Cool Crab has 2000 HP. That'll kill Cool Crab. Full stop. Yep. WQ. Done. Out.
Yep.
Doesn't matter. Your magic resist is irrelevant. Why? Void Staff. Congratulations.
Yeah. And notably, the Primordial Burst does minimum 1200 damage. Minimum. Just completely minimum. So again, Hypnotic Scruff is this. We've seen carry performances from basically every point, every lane now for the side of Dorado. And I mean, like, we're saying this about Hypnotic Scruff. Joker is the one that really started this steamroll. Like, was 5-1 and 5 on this, or really was, I think, like 4-1 and 4 on this Jinx to get the ball rolling. Now sitting at 3 items. That is Kraken Slayer. Oh, okay. You know what? Harmonica God is fine. Harmonica God is perfectly okay. Never mind. Cool Crab's coming around the other side. All right, Harmonica God is dead, but hey, that's the 5th time the Darius has died. So you just get regular gold off of that. There was no shutdown, and hey, the team gets a tier 3 on the top side. Worth? Question mark?
Question mark. Right? Here's the big thing, though. What does Harmonica God bring to a fight that they don't already have plenty of when all 4 of them are there, right? Yeah, okay, he's got the execution, which can be wonderful. He's got some AoE damage. He's got a decent amount of engage, but they don't ultimately need it right now because of the baby cage right there. They're not looking to engage, they're looking to disengage. Joker going to town on the tank.
Firing onto Solder. Now firing onto the inhib next. This will be double super minions in every lane if they so choose. They literally just have to keep auto-attacking the inhibitor. In the meantime, we are seeing some engage on the backside. Cool Crab goes in with the knockup, but on the backside, Banger gets a phenomenal Moonfall, gets charmed out of it, can't follow up on the damage. Demo and Banger are going at it. Joker gets the first kill of the fight, but will fall next. The shutdown comes in onto both sides, though a double kill for Joker, and we're starting to see the Vagar pop off. Inhibitor turrets, they're getting attacked by the minions.
Not inhibitors.
Obsidian, not inhibitors, my apologies. Nexus turrets are getting attacked by minions. Obsidian, they have to back up. The Nexus is just about to die to the minions. Banger and Hoshiumi, they just have to auto-attack the Nexus, and they will win the game. Banger has taken down Delilah, establishing jungle dominance. Dorado Gaming Omega, out of absolutely nowhere, they control the game, they win the game. They send Obsidian to the lower bracket.
I can do nothing but applaud that gameplay. Wonderful team. Everything. Absolutely everything. The communication must have been absurd in that game. The shot calling was phenomenal. And we know that they just go, right? They have no problems with the trigger. They never have. Look at the damage this time around. Joker again sitting at 24,000. Hypnotic Scruff up at 18,000. 15 and 2 combined between the two of them. 8 and 0 for Hypnotic Scruff overall. I mean, the only person who was even remotely bad in that game on that team was Harmonica God, who just had a thrill of a lane.
Right. And
Not really, right? But I mean, you take a look at this whole thing, that entire game was very close until it wasn't, right?
Yes.
It all started with that triple kill that Joker picked up in the early drag fight. And after that, it was gates wide open. Vigar, again, like I was saying, left alone. You
Mhm.
don't leave Vigar to free farm, man.
Yep.
Like over 1100, probably close to 1400 AP at the end of that game because
Right.
he was just left to do it. I mean, you said, oh, maybe they should look for more scaling. How's that?
They scaled. Oh, they definitely scaled. Yeah. And I mean, kudos to Dorado. It's exactly what you said. The shot calling, I'll say the harmonica god, that's what we call 5-head int, right? Like you just run down to the bottom side of the map. The entire squad from Obsidian runs down there to kill you. Your team goes and takes the inhibitor. Obsidian panic goes, we gotta go stop the inhib push. Meanwhile, you have super minions coming in from the mid and bot lane that Obsidian are too distracted to notice. They take down your 2 Nexus turrets. They take your inhibitor down to half, and then all of a sudden, Obsidian go, wait, our Nexus is dying, and Dorado go, ha, joke's on you. We win the game. It was great.
Joker.
Exactly. You see, you got there.
Yeah.
But that being said, we will have an interview here in just a moment. We will be pulling in Stunna, aka Banger. We'll get that done here in just a moment. We'll get it all set up. We'll take a very brief break. If you want to hear some words from the winning team, stick around. You'll be able to find out.
By destroying each other. Kill the head.
I think underrated though for sure is probably Slumber Pig. He's so good, man. He's like a diamond in the rough we found at a solo queue. Mostly because he plays enchanters whenever I tell him to.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. That was created by our wonderful Brankles, as you all know and love the weekly reaction videos, and that was it's a banger to say the least. And we have Banger, aka Stunna, here for the post-match interview. Stunna, congratulations, 3-1. I'm gonna be honest, that game 2 looked a little bit rough, but y'all recovered, and you especially in that game 3 had an absolutely pop-off performance. So again, congratulations. Coming into this series, I think I want to know that game 1 was pretty tight. Y'all have those draft plans pre-planned? Were those kind of off the bat? Because it seemed like you really knew exactly what you wanted to do.
Yeah, we kind of knew what we wanted to do on either side, so I guess that was pretty good. And then, I mean, we really if we got blue side, I mean, we knew what we wanted to pick then, so it kind of just went with the flow after we got our first pick.
Right.
Understandably so. I mean, why not, right? If you have a plan, stick to it if it's working. As mentioned, game 2, not 100% the best, but everything turned around from that point onwards for you guys, almost rotational carry wise. I have to say, is it because we all always mention, Joker, world champion, easy fallback carry, right? Do you guys feel like you play that way? Like sometimes you build comps around Joker without even meaning to? Or is it very specifically that you do? Because sometimes it seems like you've all picked champions that really just are there to keep them alive.
I feel like we kind of just draft whatever you're feeling, kind of. So we don't really go into game oh, we're gonna draft around this player, this player. We kind of just pick, like champs we feel comfortable in and that we think will
Right.
go well with our comp from like what we've gone off of.
Right.
So because we know like every player on our team can 1v9 pretty easily. So
Mhm.
it's just a matter of like who pops off in lane or who how team fights go and stuff like that.
Right. And I mean, you all have the carry potential. Pretty much everybody showed that in this series overall. And I do want to ask, especially in that game 3, you got ahead pretty early. Did it feel pretty good having your own carry performance after Delilah on the Kazakhs just kind of, decimated your team? You got the chance to kind of clap back as the opposing jungler?
Yeah, I mean it was pretty much expected. I think Delilah's pretty overrated, so I didn't think much highly of Delilah. So
I mean, that's big words after what they did with the Kazakhs. So respect to
well,
you
we
for
just we kind of just like I mean that game was kind of in the bag. Like Delilah was down like 50 CS and like 0-2, but we kind of just threw a Rift Herald fight and got them back in the game because we didn't really track the MF well. So
Right.
Yeah, on
yeah.
the note of the MF, because that's what I wanted to focus on. That was like every game that she was in, she won, right? And then
Mhm.
game 4, banded out. I fully agree with that. But do you really feel like she was that big of a tide turner, or what? Like, how did that come about?
For the MF pick, I think it's like probably one of the stronger ADCs right now. So I think that like even if you do go behind or whatever, that it is like a pretty easy champ to like be useful on.
Mhm.
But for the last game, I mean we fully expected them to just be on Graves if we left it up, and then we knew we wanted to take Jinx because the Graves is pretty shit into like long range champions. So he
Yeah.
was like Graves was pretty useless that game.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well. Harmonica God even ended up getting the solo kill down on the bottom side in that last game before I called it a tactical int, the 5 head int, going down and dying on the bot side, and then your team just wins the game from there because Obsidian just kind of go all over the place. But again, I do want to say congratulations. Again, you beat the top seed out of the other group in fairly dominant fashion in those last 2 games. So you're looking strong going forward. You go into Wednesday finals after this. The matchup next week, you'll be able to watch it if you want. Although, you might think both these teams are overrated yourself. CB Rush and Obsidian. Who do you think you're going to meet in Wednesday finals?
Definitely Obsidian again. I mean, we kind of meme this as like our scrim because CB Rush is like horrendously worse than Omega Gaming. So I think that'll just be like a 3-0 stomp by Omega, and we'll just see them again in finals.
Again, big words, and quite frankly, I'm starting to get used to that out of CCS players. Everybody here seems to be a step above the world, and I got a lot of respect for it. Closing out, anybody you want to say thank you to? Anybody you want to shout out? Do you just want to keep throwing burns on people? What are you going for tonight?
Yeah, I got a couple shout outs and stuff. I want to say shout out my team. My top laner stayed up for like 28 hours. He didn't get no sleep. Um, Shout out my bot lane. They're kind of toxic, but I love all my teammates. Shout out my French Canadian mid laner. He's kind of I don't know. He just farms. He doesn't do much. And
Oof.
shout out the Dorado org. Shout out the producers for the producers and casters. I always love when you guys like cast for us stuff like that. Especially you two. You guys are goats. And then shout out my girlfriend and Flay. You are dog.
Ooh, got him.
Hey,
I gotta cut you for 1 second, Thunder, just because he said it. I gotta say, hypnotic, je t'aime. Il y a personne ici qui parle français. Je suis Canadienne. So I love you, man. You're not alone.
bonjour, we we back in. But thank you all, of course. Thank you, Stunna, for the interview. Thank you to the teams for the games tonight. It was absolutely explosive. We have the winners finals for Thursday tomorrow. There should also be a losers bracket game as well. There was supposed to be one today, but you all saw the video. But that being said, thank you so much for watching. Check out the CCS on Thursday. And next week, again, we'll have our losers bracket finals, followed by winners bracket next week, leading into our our ultimate finals between Wednesday and Thursday, scrapping it out the week after. Keep up with the schedule. We'll be back tomorrow and next week. From, again, the casters, the crew, the players, and everybody watching, thank you so much. Until next time, be safe, be smart, make wise decisions, and farewell.